It's a 5-minute countdown as always. Stick to the topic. Is there ever a topic that we stick to? I have no clue what you're talking about, Paul. I do have to say, I listened to your thing, and I have never, ever, ever in my life um, recommended that you be more political, Paul. I don't understand how you think that I would ever encourage someone with as bad of politics as you have to be political, Paul. Like, I have encouraged you to do that which you yourself, whatever it is, even if God forbid you were to decide to talk about the Trinity, etc., I encourage you to do that which you believe to be good, despite the fact you have no idea what good is. Um, and that's what I mean by messianic, in ways you don't seem to comprehend. But that's okay. Okay, maybe political wasn't the best word. Exactly, it's not the best word. The best word is messianic, right? And there's something about being messianic, which means having an actual faith in the good, the true, the beautiful, and trying to make the kingdom of God manifest on earth as it is in heaven. Okay, back to the Democrats. So apparently the Democrats have decided to have come up with something to talk about. And God have mercy on our souls. I don't know how Trump keeps on baiting them so well. Oh, jeez. Why are they so stupid? Why? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, part of the problem is, Paul, you don't have a very good definition of messianic. But that's it. Yes, this was supposed to be about politics. Did you not notice the title and the whatchamacallit? It's is what's the name of that? What is the name of that senator? Chris Van Hollen. When is he up for a re-election? When is Chris Van Hollen up for re-election? Okay, so he's at least not up for re-election until 2028. So it'll be a while. He's not a complete idiot. Like, did you see the picture? I don't understand. Ezra Klein put out a New York Times highly produced editorial video today, and he is he's going all in on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I think his name is. Chris Van Hollen put out this picture, and yeah, oh God, that's what people are calling it? Is that what people are calling it? Why are the Democrats so stupid? Why? Why? We need two parties in this country. Like, we need two, like, it looks like Harvard is fighting precisely. Yeah, that's your senator. Yep, Maryland. And similar things are happening in Maine. The Democrats are going all in on trans sports. Like, if I were a Democrat, I would feel like um, what Republicans used to feel like, which is that the Republican establishment is that the Republican establishment is controlled opposition. Um, Dems playing 4D chess, destroy their party, then MAGA splits too early, then Dems rise again. I honestly, I have to wonder if it's not the accelerationists. I don't understand. Like, how could they, why they are fighting in the dumbest way possible. I just don't get it. I have no idea. Okay. If people are gonna jump on. I'm not. I know for some reason people enjoy watching me rant. I didn't jump on to just rant by myself. But I was listening to Pod Save America. They've decided this is where they are going to fight. Ezra Klein clearly says that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is not a member of MS-13. And then there's the tattoos that Republicans are pointing towards, which I am no tattoo expert, but it really seems to me like I mean, I can't play the video here. Maybe I can play the video silently. Let me find the video and play it silently. Because it has music and they're doing the meme. They are doing the meme. They are doing the meme. Let me see. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I think you guys gonna see this. Can you guys see this? You guys should be able to see this. And I should be able to play it silently. Like, there's that song, I Wanna Meet You on the Mountains song, whatever the name of that song is, playing in the background. Like, this meme came out last week. And he goes and he takes that picture and he puts it up. And at the same time, there's the whole RFK thing where RFK Jr. gave a speech yesterday where he talked about how ASD is autism spectrum disorder is affecting people, and the autism whatchamacallits came up with a statement. This is the leading autism organizations in the country came up with this statement, and apparently they hate each other. They don't work with each other generally, but now they've all come together to endorse, right, this statement. And like, I don't know how Trump does it. I really don't know how Trump does it. Partially, okay, so this is my prediction, and you can see if I'm right or wrong. I think Harvard is making a huge mistake. I think the autism organizations are making a huge mistake. I think the Democrats, by choosing this fight over Kilmar Abrego Garcia, are making a huge mistake. It's not a question of whether or not it would be like, I would like all three of these to change their mind and proceed differently with their goals, and in fact have somewhat different goals than they seem to themselves espouse. But let's put that aside, and as people who have their own avowed goals, I mean, this is funny. It's like it's the Paul Vanderklay thing again. Like, yeah, I wish Paul wasn't a Trinitarian. I love Paul. I think it is a mistake to be a Trinitarian. And if he were to go all in and his channel was like talking about the Trinity morning, day, and night, like, I would hope that the vast majority of people would reject the message. But Paul realizes talking about the Trinity is a mistake because people are not going to espouse the Trinity because it's nonsense. And I see a very similar thing happening, right? Where Harvard, the Democrats on immigration, and the autism network they're all going full in on the Trinity. And I guess I should be happy. I like, well, it will be, let's put it this way. I mean, I can't claim to know what the future brings. I can only try to predict it as best as I can. They're going to go down in flames, I believe. And maybe I should. Don says, this is when Lance is supposed to show up, say his name 3 times. What's Lance's last name? Lance. What's Lance's last name? I forget Lance's last name. But I've said Lance more than 3 times, and he hasn't shown up. These people are actually insane or evil. Guess so. I guess so. Okay, the link's out there. If people want to join and discuss, they can. I should be doing my homework. I'm going to pretend to do my homework. Oh, somebody joined. Yoav.
Hi.
חבר שלי, מה שלומך?
I'm fine, thank you.
How is the clarinet playing?
Lots of spare time this week, so practice quite a lot.
That's good.
I'm going to practice some more tomorrow, and then it's back to work we go.
Work?
Work, yes.
Why would you do that?
Happens. Okay, first to answer your question, and you already know the answer, you're answering it yourself. There is such a thing as system dynamics. A system can only move along a certain trajectory. It is up to the scientists to discover the the formula to be able to predict the motion of the system. But the system cannot just move randomly from one point in the state space to another point. It has to follow a trajectory. And this is why Paul van der Klee is going to follow the Paul van der Klee path. He's not going to be jumping around, because this is not how such a system as polar behave. Would like to take the opportunity I'm asking you to reprimand Donnie for making a theological error.
Where?
He was reading the 2 chapters of Genesis, the creation of the world.
Okay.
And then he concluded, well, this is all totally unbelievable. But the more unbelievable it is, the more I do believe it. Says Donnie. And this is dangerous, because I present to Donnie an even more unbelievable story.
I hear you. What I will say, when I found out the origin of the name Big Bang Theory, do you know the origin of the name Big Bang Theory?
No.
So in the 1930s, a prominent critic of he was a proponent of what was called the persistent state theory.
Maybe steady state.
Steady state theory. That's it. Steady state theory. He was a prominent physicist, astrophysicist, and a proponent of the steady state theory. And he was the one who called the opposing theory what became its commonly known name, which is the Big Bang Theory, because he was making fun of it. He thought it was a funny way of talking about this idea that, yes, there actually was a beginning of the universe, because this was mostly being proposed by Catholic scientists who looked at their Bible. And because of looking at their Bible, they believed that there was a moment in time, Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim et haaretz, right? And in the 1930s, that was a silly religious idea that was getting into science. So I hear you. Just because something is more ridiculous doesn't mean I believe it more. The fact that Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim et haaretz, this idea that the world has an arc, a moral arc, a trajectory, a history, right? This is a uniquely Abrahamic idea. And certainly the Hindus and the Buddhists and the ancient Greeks did not really, they didn't view history with the same idea of a trajectory as the Abrahamic God and the Abrahamic religion has. And when in the 1940s we came to the belief, and frankly, I mean, as a color engineer, the blue shift, red shift thing should be something you find interesting. Yes? No?
That's the easiest part of color theory.
Right, but it is actually it was the shift in color which proved the theory, but So no, I hear you. Yeah, I don't I think, as much as I love Donnie and as yeshivish as Donnie is, because you have to realize he grew up in a Haredi environment. So he went to schools where they didn't teach science, right? And in a Haredi environment, what I have noticed is that a very Protestant Martin Luther idea of faith has in fact seeped in, where you do have this idea. I believe it because it is ridiculous, right? And I agree with you. That's not it's not a very good theology, and it's not a theology that is actually very Jewish, and I don't think it should. It's one of the things I fight against within Orthodox Judaism. But at the same time, I think the fact that you can have what seems like a ridiculous narrative that nobody would have imagined. For me, the strongest one is Beiti Beit Tefillah Yikarer L'chol Ha'amim, right? So we have a 2,500-year-old scroll which says Beiti Beit Tefillah Yikarer L'chol Ha'amim, right? My house will be Haredi and Yeshivish are about the same thing, Donnie. If you're telling me that they had science classes in Ner Israel, I am going to be very, very surprised. But back to what I was saying about. So my house will be called a house of prayer for all of the nations, right? This is a verse in Isaiah. We have a 2,500-year-old scroll where the Jews, before the Romans totally destroyed us, wow, they had science classes. Feh, no wonder you've become so modernized. And 100 years ago, the idea that people from all over the world would think of the Temple Mount as Beit Tefillah L'chol Ha'amim would have been hilarious. Now, imagine in 1925 some mad prophet standing on a street corner saying, in 100 years, people are going to be going to Jerusalem from all over the world, Muslims, Christians, Jews, the Dalai Lama, right? Taking pictures at the Kotel, the president of the United States, the president of every weird country in the world, right? It was an impossible thing to believe 100 years ago. Correct?
To push back against it,
Yeah.
the minute the Ottoman Empire showed signs of collapse, there was scramble of all the Christian superpower for a foothold in Jerusalem. They were quite religious at the time, and they did see, as far as I can see into their eyes, a situation in which Jerusalem is a center of worship for all of the Christian sects. They didn't dream the situation in which the Jews are going to be involved in that.
That's I have to wonder if there isn't a bit of Black Swan event going on here. Are you familiar with the Black Swan?
Yeah.
So Nassim Taleb emphasizes that most people who talk about the Black Swan leave out what he thought was the most important part. So the idea of the Black Swan is everybody thought swans were white, and then when Australia was discovered, there was we found black swans, and everybody went, well, of course there would be black swans. There are white swans. Why wouldn't there be black swans, right? Um, and his point is that after something very surprising happens, everybody goes back and says, but X, Y, and Z, right? They had this. They said it. Well, they were one out of thousands of people, right? And we're going back and with a certain amount of confirmation bias, finding people who were like, they thought it could happen, right?
To the point, after the world was miraculously created, everybody says, well, of course the world was created. How could it be otherwise?
Correct. And yeah, no, it's a difficult thing. That what I find so strange. So I think I've told you this story before. When I was in yeshiva, even at my most Haredi, when I was in yeshiva, we were studying tractate Rosh Hashanah in the Talmud, and tractate Rosh Hashanah in the Talmud talks about the Tzedukim and the other heretics during the Second Temple period being very, very concerned about very, very Pharisaic things, right? Very rabbinic things. And I thought, okay, these are rabbis hundreds of years after the destruction of the temple. There's some anachronism in what they think that the Tzedukim were very preoccupied about during the Second Temple period. And the fact is, I think, as there's nothing in Haredi Judaism which says you cannot believe that the rabbis of the Talmud are somewhat interpreting the events that happened during the Second Temple period according to their eyes in their time. That's not heretical in any way. It was only after I read 4QMMT, which I amazingly, I mean, this is a letter from the Essenes to the Tzedukim, from the Essenes to the Sadducees. Amazingly, they sound very, very rabbinic. And there are people who will argue there's reasons for that, but let's stick to the implications most people have taken from 4QMMT, which is that actually the Tzedukim were very much closer to the Pharisees than we imagined, especially when I was in yeshiva. This was not common scholarship. It's very, very amazing to me to find out that when the dust settles, Orthodox Judaism has found itself victorious more often than most people would think. And I think there's reasons for that. I mean, when we look at Chinese history, of course, it makes sense that the Chinese would have the most accurate left history of their own, regardless of what we imagine was the history of their interpretation would be in many ways. It makes sense it would be much closer. Their own interpretation, their traditional understanding of their own history would be. So I don't know why we've kind of come to the idea that Jewish memory shouldn't be better than any others, but we have. Did that make any sense?
Yes. I wish young God would raise to the opportunity and explain his, I believe, that he supports a steady state cosmology of a
That's
soul.
what he said before, yes.
I wish he would raise to this opportunity now and explain this cosmology. I'm really curious. As for the Indian, Chinese, and Hebrews.
Yeah.
The Indians have been there in the same geography with basically the same culture and customs since before the Sumerians.
True.
Chinese also, an ancient civilization that always existed in the same space. Abraham was a nomad. The whole Semite culture is a nomadic culture. So they will develop an arc of history, a journey view of the world rather than a steady state view of the world.
Yeah. That's very interesting. I never considered that before.
Neither did I. There's a reason why I go up to those meetings.
Which meetings?
With you.
Oh, why you come up? I see. Okay.
It makes me come up with thoughts that I didn't have before.
Uh-huh.
Especially when Yon got in the background.
Yeah, Yon God. By the way, Yon God, there's a massive project of all sorts of talented people working together to try to figure out how to do your engagement present. I don't want to get your hopes up too high because I have very much been in the situation where people were like, "Hey, let's do this," and then nothing comes out of it. So I'm not sure I would tell your fiance about it, but there is a spark, there's a glimmer of hope that there will be, in fact, something very, very beautiful coming out of this. So yeah.
My warning to his fiancée is that young God believes in a steady state universe. You should push him towards the arc of story.
Andre wants to know if you're Orthodox, Yoav. Are you Orthodox, Yoav?
Of what religion?
Good question. I described you as Masorti, but you didn't like that.
No.
You don't think of yourself as Masorti.
No. Culturally, I'm just secular Jew. I mean, I belong to my socio-economic group is the militant secular Jews of North Tel Aviv. Absolutely not Orthodox. But then I am me.
There's a lot of Shai Leibovitz in you. No?
It's the same mental same system dynamics. Just okay, I define it like that. I'm always the outsider.
Are you the outsider in North Tel Aviv? You're the insider in North Tel Aviv.
Well,
if I have any hope that the Zionist endeavor will one day be redeemed, it's more in people like Yoav than it is in people in the Mizrahi Mizrahi Dati Leumi camp. That's a very interesting question. Have you even heard of Moshe Idel?
No.
I think he's at Hebrew University. I think Moshe Dell is at the Hebrew University.
Yeah,
He's
Jerusalem is another world. I live
it,
in North Tel Aviv.
it is a different world. He's the most prominent student of Gershom Shalom. You're familiar with Gershom Shalom, right? You've heard of him. Come on. Yeah.
Heard of him, yes.
Yes, you've heard of him. Yeah. Always the outsiders are Protestant. We're all Protestants. Laknan Alan. We're all Protestants. Hashem Yerachem Aleinu. Chatanu Avinu Protastnu. I just made up a new Hebrew verb. How would you spell that? Protastnu. Peresh Tet? Tzadi? Paratsnu is actually a very good that's funny. I never thought of it that way. Poretz and protest. Protest and Poretz have that's good, you know? I like it. You're not so sure.
No, I just it's an idea, but yeah.
The Hebrew root Pe Resh Tzadi, where the name Peretz comes from, means to break through, to go through, to break through something. Yeah. Nu, what do you want to talk about, Yoav?
I would ask you a question if there's nothing else. Why does light travel in a straight line?
Does it?
Well, unless it bumps into a lens or a grid or a mirror, left to its own in free space, it will go in a straight line. Doesn't it?
I think that presumes that it was moving. And anything that's moving, the question is, the question starts with, well, why did it start moving? How did it start moving? Right? And what is it moving in relation to? Right? So when you talk about, if you talk theoretically about a ray of light moving, right, in a perfect vacuum, not that such a thing ever existed or ever will, right? I don't think that you can say something moves in a perfect vacuum, right? Because movement is relative, correct?
Yes.
And
okay, so if the light of the sun was created at the sun, and somehow I got the notion that it exists, so I'm thinking that it must have traveled to me. Do you present it any other way?
The light that we see traveled to us, yes.
Okay. Fine. I mean, it must be the light we see because we don't know about the light that we didn't see. So any infrared, the light from the sun travel to me basically in a straight line until it got to the atmosphere and that it got bent and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Why a straight line?
I mean, my gut reaction would be to say that you are selecting those that moved in a straight line. I don't know about the ones that didn't. My presumption is that there were others that didn't, and I don't know.
There were other rays that didn't bother to get to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that ray that started at the sun
Mm-hmm.
and ended with me,
Right.
that ray traveled in a straight line.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's something poetic about light because it will go in a straight line because that's the fair path. That's the just path. Because let's say that light always veers to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my left is your right and it is his up and her down.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be very subjective and light would have hard time to decide between us. But the straight line is fair. It will be the straight line even if you stand upside down or if you lie on your side. It will still be straight.
That is a very Rawlsian idea of what is fair. And since I've discovered Rawls, I have started to very much. I didn't realize Rawls. What was his first name? Robert, was it? I didn't realize how much impact he had on my views of the world. Rawls. John Rawls. I didn't realize how much John Rawls impacted the presuppositions of everything that I believed. And his theory of justice, right, is that here, I'll just read it from Wikipedia. Rawls' argument of these principles of social justice uses a thought experiment called the original position, in which people deliberately select what kind of society they would choose to live in if they did not know which social position they would personally occupy. You're presenting justice and fairness according to Rawls's presuppositions. Who says Rawls is right?
It's engineering principle. If you have an engineering problem,
Yeah.
the easiest way to solve it is by symmetry.
Did you read that article?
It's convenient. I mean, you use the principle and somehow the world seems to adhere to it.
Did you read the article that Gilad asked me to read?
I don't even know. I don't think I even knew he asked you to read anything. I don't remember such an event.
So it's on the Discord. And so Gilad, here, I'll put a link to the I'll put a link to the article in what you call it, in the thing. So the article, it's apparently a very important article from Science magazine, 1972, by P.W. Anderson, and it is a fundamental. I mean, apparently, this is very basic to how, especially material condensed matter physicists view science. And he said something that I don't think I understood. He said physics is a study of symmetry. And he goes.
I don't know if it's a definition, but it's practically correct.
He, if I remember correctly, he said it might be a simplistic definition, but it is a functional definition of and I still don't understand. I mean, I know what's his name? Eric Weinstein. He's been arguing that at least part of physics is the study of beauty, which I think might be his attempt at making a similar statement. Here, I'll read what this guy said. In my own field of many body physics, we are perhaps closer to our fundamental intensive underpinnings than in any other science in which non-trivial complexities occur. And as a result, we have begun to formulate a general theory of just how this shift from quantitative to qualitative differentiation takes place. This formulation, called the theory of broken symmetry, may be of help in making more generally clear the breakdown of the constructionist converse of reductionism. I don't understand what he means.
Well, I have to read it and think about it. Cannot help you at the moment, but I can give you another example about how symmetry is useful, practically useful. There exists such a thing as the electrical field, and I have no idea what it is. And the lines of the electric field go into a conductor. So let's say that this black bottom of the screen is the start of the black part is a conductor, and we have an electric field here, and the electrical field needs to go into the conductor. So the question is, at what angle it will get into the conductor? Will it go this way, or will it go that way, or will it go some strange way?
Right.
Now, at the point where it meets the conductor, it has to be a 90 degrees angle.
Why?
Because of symmetry. Because if it was in an angle, then I will flip the picture, it will be the other angle. The only way in which flipping the picture will keep you with the same result if it's 90 degrees. So calculating the angle in which the electric field gets into a conductor would be a very complicated exercise. And if you given in a test, you will not have time to develop all the equations and to get to the right solution. And anyway, what is an electrical field? But just looking at the symmetry, you can immediately say it penetrates the conductor in 90 degrees. So it's just a very useful tool in understanding the world with a limited mind. And that is the great philosophical question. Why is the world so kind to us that it allows us to analyze it with our limited minds? But that's a different story.
Yeah, Vervaeke talks a lot about that. אני לא יודע.
Okay, Young God says that electrons do not exist.
He says his favorite Chinese scientist believes that electrons don't exist.
Why would it be his favorite Chinese scientist? Because it gives the craziest theories.
Yes, because it gives the craziest theories. I have favorites, despite the fact I don't believe them. Father Stephen DeYoung is my favorite theorist of Paul of Tarsus, but I still don't believe what he says.
Okay, Young God, there is a theory. My favorite scientist believes that there is one and only electron in the world. How come? Because a positron can be seen as an electron that travels back in time. So there is this one electron that traveled forward in time all through the history of the universe, and then reversed and came back to the beginning as a positron, and then started all over again, and it's doing it so many times.
Time travel is cheating. I don't believe in time travel.
I'm saying that the positron can be seen as if it was an electron that is traveling back in time. Why would we be cheating? Cheating whom?
Isn't a positron much larger than an electron?
You're talking about a proton.
Oh.
A positron is an electron that differs in only one detail, that it has a positive charge.
Okay.
And there's a very strange symmetry between them.
How did I end up? How did I? No, I have no idea how I ended up talking so much about physics when physics was my worst subject in school always.
Because there are two books, and science is the other book that you can read to understand God. And because physics used to be understandable, it was an easy path to understand the world until you got bumped into the strangeness.
Yeah. I have to say Newtonian physics is a lot simpler than modern physics.
I have something to say about it.
Please. Bevakasha.
There is this famous militant atheist who says science is so true and is so accurate that you can land a spaceship on the moon with an accuracy of centimeters. It means that you really, really understand how things work. If that is the fundamental principle of cosmology, let's expand it. Can I land the spaceship on the face of Pluto? That would be slightly harder, because as I go as far as the path of Pluto, the unknown and the unpredictable interferes. Suddenly I'm not so smart.
Mm.
And when you send the probe far outside the realm of the solar system, you're getting data that you cannot explain. And when you analyze the movement of the galaxy, all of your theories fall apart. Which reminds me of the Middle Age cosmology of the layers, the crystal spheres. We are in a sphere that we really understand very well, but above it, that might be a sphere in which totally different rules apply. And above it, there might be yet another sphere in which some other rules may apply. For example, people would suggest maybe the speed of light is not a constant. Maybe it is roughly a constant in this sphere, and it changes in faraway spheres. Maybe some other constants of nature are not constant. So the Newtonian presumption, or the Newtonian discoveries, that what is true in Earth is also true in heaven, is as yet limited in scope.
Dark matter is fake. Confirmed 100%.
Never 100% in science, but suspected.
Well, I mean, if Jan God thinks something's poetic, then it must be true.
I wish he come up and explain his cosmology. I really want to know.
That would require Jan God to be serious. And for Jan God to be serious is emotionally incredibly taxing and difficult. Being flippant is far, far easier than being serious. Am I wrong?
Is it a fraud when everybody knows it is?
No.
I mean, the state of the academia, whatever it is known all over the academia. It knows to the money givers. It is well known to the public by now, especially after the last epidemic. Nobody is being fooled. It's a collective play. It's a ritual.
Yeah, Eric says a nation um, is a collection of people who have decided to forget something in common. I think that works. What are we going to forget?
Are we a nation?
Good question. Well, if we can't figure out what we're going to forget, then I guess we're not.
Maybe if so many people choose to forget something, maybe they have made the right decision.
The question becomes, would we ever be happy if I mean, so this is one of the things. When I came to the United States, I noticed that a lot of Americans live in a sort of naivete where they think everywhere else is very close to being America, but a little bit different. They imagine, okay, the food, maybe the language, but they think that the architecture is ultimately the infrastructure, the underlying fundamental rules of physics are the same. And they become very, very surprised when they're not. Michael!
Howdy.
And that's why I think a lot of Americans can imagine that the entire globe could be a single nation in ways that I think most other people completely discount.
Somehow the Europeans have fallen into this fallacy of thinking that even Europe can be a single nation.
Which is astounding idiocy in my mind. Like, if the Europeans don't understand that, I don't understand, like, how Europeans of all people would have misconceptions about that.
So that's the, the communist aim, though.
Sure.
Yeah, and I mean it has legs, right? It had legs with the Soviet Union, but it's a ticking time bomb.
Is it the Christian? Um, is it a Christian hope?
We might say it's an anti-Christian hope.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It resembles the pattern, but it's an inversion.
Uh-huh. What is it inverting?
So in Galatians, there's a dichotomy painted between the children of God and the sons of God, right? So like, you're all my children, right? But only some of you are faithful, right? So there's a sense of a both and, of a belongingship to all, but those who are faithful to him, right, have like sonship, a loyalty, a trust, a higher status, right? Like you could imagine that with somebody and their own children, right? Like you have lots of kids, but some of them like are actually loyal to you and are care about the family and put the family first and all these things. And some of them are just off on their own thing, even though they're still your children. So there's a great hope, right, from a good father that all of his children care about and reinvest in the family. There's a great hope for that. But the father, a good father can't force that, because otherwise that would be coercion and not love. And so what we see them doing, right, is a certain kind of chaotic, forgive the term, but feminine coercion to force that unity, to force a particular narrative.
I heard Slavoj Žižek talk about this, and I've repeated it many times, but other people don't seem to find it as profound as I did. He talked about a father who tells his kid, I don't want you to just visit your grandmother because I'm telling you to go visit your grandmother. I want you to visit your grandmother because you want to go visit your grandmother. And he was talking about how tyrannical that is. Like, a kid can understand, okay, I have to go visit my grandmother. She's my grandmother. That's an obligation I have. But to require him to want to do it is just the most authoritarian thing in the world.
Yeah, and so there's a way to see that as an inversion too, to me, right? Like, where if I genuinely want to go visit my grandmother and take care of her, that is good. It's objectively good, right? Now, if an external force, let's say my father, is like pushing that on me, then it's not and I go along with it in some way. I take his insistency and this idea that he wants me to want to do it. That's coercion still, right? And coercion might mimic the same pattern as if I wanted to. I still maybe go there, but my heart's not in it, right? It's not real, and it's a house on sand that's getting ready to collapse. So yes, that is tyrannical, but the pattern that it reflects from, the actual wanting to take care of my grandmother, is objectively good.
No, Yoav, what do you think? You're muted. You're muted.
Ron God said that you cannot prescribe good. Jordan B. Peterson said, true, but but you know evil. So just start from evil and walk away.
So I agree with Young God that you cannot prescribe good. You can't prescribe it. You actually have to receive it, right? It's something that you don't get to make up your own ideas on. It being objective is well, and to some sense there is an interplay between the subjective and the objective, right? But I think that conversation gets really weird and has lots of unfruitful paths. So in the natural law sense, right, there's an objective good, and that's like the father as agent, right? And if you fuck around, right, you will find out, right, and you will pay the consequences for fighting against natural law. This doesn't account for Dominique Vanderklay's point of agent and arena, right, but just in the arenic sense. But I came out to talk about the Democrats.
But we're not allowed to talk about politics. Politics is forbidden, taboo things that only evil people talk about.
Everything that you just said is polity.
You caught me. I don't actually believe that we should not talk about politics. In fact, I think people who think we should not talk about politics are the most political people in the world, always.
It's a political assertion.
It is. It is. It is. And it is political coercion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
my
Well, that's
problem-
part of the problem. I'm trying to separate that out. Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, my problem is that just I don't know the details. I mean, everything that Jacob mentioned in the beginning, I don't know what he's talking about because I'm not following the events. And I don't think I should because these are transient and I chasing the wind.
Yeah.
What I am hearing a lot is that thing about wrestling, about American wrestling. People keep telling me that if I understand American wrestling, then I will understand the American culture and politics. And my relevance realization clicked in. So when San Antonio Sartori published a reading list, and it just coincided with my holidays, I took it seriously. So I'm going through his reading list and in an attempt to understand what you guys are talking about.
We got to be careful with us San Antonio folk. We're up to no good.
The funny thing is, Guy, the only actual wrestler is from Israel. Have you encountered Guy at all, Yoav?
I think I witnessed one of conversation between you two.
No, I've never spoken to Guy.
So I don't know who I was talking to, but
Guy
quite a long time ago.
Vanderklay. He's been on Vanderklay a couple of times.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been on Vanderklay a couple of times. He's a fan of Eric Weinstein, but yeah, very different. I mean, he's completely secular. He has no interest, as far as I know, in anything religious, especially in regards to the religious here in Israel. There in Israel. Yeah, which is very interesting and funny to me. But, yeah. So are the three things I mentioned transient? In their particulars, they are transient. So there are three battles right now in which Donald Trump has set a battlefield he wants to fight on. They are in the most minute details, concrete details, about Harvard, about autism spectrum disorder, and about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. But in the most I guess high level ways you could look at them. They're about education, about health, and about national defense, which are the three most important parts of of politics you could possibly talk about.
See, so I see those, but they're not elevated to the same status to me. The larger trend that I see at play, maybe it's just because I've been knee deep in church history things, is there is a coalition of Western Western Christianity that is friendly to broadly, how do I want to say? Western Christians that are friendly to Israel, let's say, right? And that's the line, right? Everything else is fighting against that, right? Now I'm mentioning that as a distinctive because there is a whole bunch of Western Christianity in this larger coalition and people that are friendly, right? That don't see Christians as like the great evil, right? And that's like the Douglas Murray kind of crowd, if you will, right? And there's like many types like that, but he's just an example. And that's a rejection of a wider globalist communism thing, and that's the fight. But the problem is within the right. Okay, so you see people like Lindsay calling out woke right stuff, right? Okay, well there's a blood and soil over spirit problem, right? So on the right, we've always known this. We've always known that there's like this little faction, right? How big it is, that's up for debate, but it exists where blood and national identity are elevated above values within a principality, right? And the weird thing is what the collision that I see coming is those on the left who have particulars that happen to align with that particular faction I was just talking about on the right, and whether or not that becomes a large enough coalition to fight for power in any meaningful way, right? I see the larger Western globalist communist friendly thing. I think that it's losing steam in a way that it's not irrelevant, but it's out of steam, and that what that does is that prompts up the next conflict. And I think that it has, to put it more simply, people on the right and the left might be willing to temporarily ally together on the Israel issue, right? And I'm worried about that. I'm genuinely worried about that because I think that there's sort of a weird stance of like, are you going to press? Oh gosh, how do you even talk about this stuff?
But Michael, I mean, so the Shapiro firebombing.
Yeah.
It's a non-story.
Mm-hmm.
Almost nobody is paying attention to it.
Yeah.
It's,
on the other hand,
it has no traction.
So on the other hand, you see the Rogan Murray Dave Smith thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That has a lot of traction.
An absurd amount of traction. An absurd amount of traction for something that absolutely should not.
But it's not about Israel.
I don't know that that's true.
I really think, and I understand. I mean, I don't think the arguments haven't been the Murray and well, first of all, it's very interesting that Murray himself has kind of been checked out of the argument completely. And I think that's actually very smart of him to not engage it and let it. I hope he knew what kind of fuse he was lighting, Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But the fuse has been lit, and I thought the discussion would go a lot worse than it did for Murray. I have been very, very surprised at the trajectory of the discussion from everything I have seen. Dave Smith seems to be imploding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. And all right, so what do you got? You have Dave Smith, who has some lineage to a Jewish family, I think, right? Like
As
some
far as I
Reddish family.
understand, he I am not aware that he's not actually a halachic Jew, meaning his mother was Jewish.
Right. Okay. So you have that, and then you have Murray, who doesn't, but has become a great defender of
Right.
at least Israel as state. But it's broader than that. He's taking like a
He's a
thousands.
defender of the West.
Yes, he is. And he sees the Semitic tradition as a crucial part of the foundation of what the West is, right?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting dialogue, but I think that it's less interesting about those two actually having the conversation as the factions that I saw line up around it, right? And the hallway arguments around that conversation.
I have been trying as best as I can to stop my own confirmation bias, because I certainly wanted Douglas Murray to win that argument, and I think I am seeing Douglas Murray win that argument. Jan God says, lol, Dave Smith imploding, lol, which makes me think Jan God maybe thinks. And I've heard people say that Dave Smith is winning the argument. That's not what I'm seeing. And if you've got evidence,
so yeah, I think I've told you about this guy before. There's this couple that moved in next to my parents, basically the same age as me. He had his own like kind of out of leftism Peterson thing and like went real hard trad life, escaped during COVID, has a family, has sheep now. Yeah. Okay. So this guy, second to last time I was there, you've got Bap's latest book on his coffee table, right?
The most conservative guy ever, Bap.
right. So like he's hard on the Nietzschean end, he's hard on the nationalistic end, but it's really not nationalistic. It's definitely like Anglo, white, Latin, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And friends with him, follow each other on Twitter, right? Again, this is like my family's neighbor. It's like their only neighbor. And as a result of that, I think it's immersed my like Twitter timeline deeper into his circles.
Okay.
Right. Those circles do not in any way, shape, or form see what Murray was saying as legitimized, and all they see is that he fell on his face. Right. And that's really prevalent in all those circles as far as I can gather.
Yeah. I've noticed that too.
Yeah. So it's an entirely different, I mean, just as much as so many other things that we've seen in the last few years where we're all looking at the same thing, but we're all seeing something different. It's exactly that, right? It's another Babel problem.
Well, it's the problem with the picture I posted as the thumbnail here, right? Like that senator, I forget his name, actually put that picture up himself, and the White House retweeted him with like we are not the same. And this is where I think Donald Trump is actually outmaneuvering these people, because look, this is what it means. Let God judge between you and me, right? Let reality, like, to bring the thesis and the antithesis into the into sharp focus, and be like, here is the contradiction, and then let the synthesis happen. And that's what it seems like he's doing. Trump is doing very well.
I think so too. And I think so far, I think I'm largely unapologetically in favor of everything I've seen happen in the last few months. Like, I can't think of a good example where I'm like, oh, well, I have a problem with this. To my own surprise, frankly. And okay, so let's talk about the players for a second, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You have the economic focused Bernie AOC coalition, right? There's something there. There's real people at crowds.
There are real people at crowds. I don't know what percentage of the crowds are there for Bernie and AOC, and what percentage are there because they want some sort of participation, and there's nothing else to provide them that outlet.
But to Peterson's point, you don't need that many people, right? Like, the Bolsheviks were only maybe 3% of the population, right? Now, they're not Bolsheviks, right? But I think they're friendly with people who basically are.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got them, and they're like friendly with social justice progressive flavors, right? But they're not that. They're like, no, we want to talk about Glass-Steagall, we want to talk about billionaires, we want to talk, right? So they want to talk about money, right? But they're friendly with another like social justice. He will not give up DEI under any circumstances against the patriarchy, blah blah blah. So there's two factions for sure. The closest thing to anybody that has of any kind of meaningful approval rating that exists in the Democratic Party right now seems to coalesce around the AOC Bernie thing, and it's not the neoliberal Hillary type, Obama type.
Well,
folks.
I mean, Gavin Newsom, Rahm Emanuel, these people have not disappeared.
Right. So I agree they haven't disappeared, but I do think that they are substantially diminished.
They are definitely diminished. The thing is, the Democratic Party is going to need to, and what I have been waiting for is for the Democrats to finally decide they're going to have their civil war. And when I saw Pod Save America is very old school neoliberal. Ezra Klein, very old school neoliberal. Harvard University, old school neoliberal. They are, so Christianity on the Spectrum tweeted out. Let me find.
That guy's really interesting.
He is, and I thought his view of what's going on with whatchamacallit is very important. Here. This is Christianity on the Spectrum. He says, you know it is bad when ASAN, which is Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, and Autism Speaks put out a joint statement. For those who don't know, this would be like if Kendrick and Drake put out a joint statement at the height of their beef. Okay,
That's funny.
and I went and I read the statement. The statement says claims that autism is preventable is not supported by scientific consensus and perpetuates stigma. So, the neoliberals have decided to come together with the most crazy of the crazies.
So I've been looking at this and the normalization of very, like, oh gosh, who was saying this the other day? I was in New York City 2 weeks ago for a few days for a business thing, like in Manhattan, having meetings, whatever, right? And it like really started to bring up remembering like what it was like to be in those circles so deeply, like I used to be. And there is, and somebody put this really eloquently the other day, that it's like not trying to, in those circles, they're not trying to fix or improve some behavioral health issue. That's one way to use the language. They are looking to normalize it.
Destigmatize, because they believe the marginalization is the cause of the problem.
Which the deeper I end up in the Orthodox circles, the more I see as a return to a pagan view of reality, where these various behavioral health, neurodiversity issues are actually manifestations of other gods, and that each one of them should be worshipped and attended to accordingly.
It's a strange inversion of Stoicism.
Yeah. I think that's right. Mm-hmm.
It is a very strange inversion of Stoicism.
And that makes sense, right? Because everything has to drive down to the subjective. There is no objective good. Any talking about objective good is now associated with the worst thing that you can imagine. You can see pamphlets, right, that have been going around for years about dismantling white supremacy culture things, whatever, right? And so what do you see in that? It's like all these heteronormative ideas. Any even talk about objective truths at all is part of that paradigm.
Or progress. And this is the fun. These are the people who believe themselves to be progressive, but they are absolutely against any sort of progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is mind-blowing.
No, well. So for them, I think there's been a weird adoption from economic progressives. Like when I was in the Occupy circles, I was like, I'm part of the progressive faction. And then social justice stuff really wasn't at least commonly understood to be associated with that language. Mm-hmm. Progressivism was FDR like economic policies. And like, if you're behind that, eliminate Glass-Steagall, constitutional amendments. Like here's all these things. So that was largely progressive, but progressive blended in with the social justice warrior stuff into this mishmash. And there is still a division between those two, but they're super friendly with each other. So to me, the progress, quote unquote, that they're looking for is how far are we into dismantling any ideas anywhere of any objective truths.
Right. So Jan God, to answer you, this is the statement. One of the major groups that signed it is the Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network. It's like it's
This is where McGilchrist's work becomes so important.
Really? Where?
Yeah. So what I see is a hyper dominance of left hemispheric rationalization, right? And that's tightly associated. I mean, even the autism on the spectrum guy will talk about that, right? How deeply left hemisphere. And so if you use a logos that is defined within those boundaries, then those are the conclusions that you come to. It's not that they're being irrational. It's a certain kind of logos that gets you there.
Yeah. It's so funny. Like Trump, one of the slogans people have started using on Twitter is Trump keeps on getting the Democrats to take the 20 side of an 80-20 issue. And it really does seem to me that like he's picked a bunch of 80-20 issues, and he's getting the Democrats to double down on the 20% side. And 2020, right? That's what is one, so it's 1/5, 1/5 to the third power. What's 5 to the third power? 225. Like, are you seriously going to take the 1 to 225 side of a political issue?
Right.
125? 5 cubed
So-
is 125?
So this is why
Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
why I'm worried about the thing I was talking about a minute ago, okay? Which is if they end up on 20% approval on all of those other issues, okay, and Trump is just full-blown populist, one of the only things that I see prominent that could unite factions and draw factions from the right into the left, right, is the increasing divide over support for Israel. That's the one that I watch pop up, and the conversation keeps coming up. I'm not interested in that conversation. I didn't grow up in a sphere where we're interested in that conversation. My parents are like super Tim LaHaye, apocalypse evangelical, John Hagee, who's like down the road from me now in San Antonio. Like they're deep in on there, and so there's a high level of veneration, not that they would use that word, of the rabbinic Jewish practice, right? So I'm just predisposed to like that's just not on my radar of something that I really care about.
I have to agree with Jan God. I mean, the thing, what a lot of, so part of the problem with the Democrats is they're high on their own supply. Okay, they're high on their own supply. They have this belief that you can win elections with enough money, right? And that support of issues they don't like comes from money, right? So why does AIPAC do well? Because of the money behind it. Why the NRA? Because of money interests behind it.
But who's been a vocal critic of AIPAC often and recently? AOC.
She wants to win in New York City. She wants to be the senator from New York City. She wants to challenge Chuck Schumer. She is going to lose that election like she wouldn't believe.
Probably, but there's a reason why that plays, and what I'm seeing in the generational statistics about positive views of Israel and how low it is, and increasingly low from millennial to like Gen Z. I'm looking at this like 20-year out problem, right?
I hear you. The thing is, I sincerely like that may be the one thing where, but I mean, people have been comparing Mangione with the guy who firebombed the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the Democrats were really unlucky because the guy isn't very sexy at all, right? I have
Right.
to wonder, but it's not like they couldn't turn him into a sort of like, but they're not turning him into a.
Well,
Rahm
so
Emanuel is not getting drummed out of the Democratic Party.
the
Josh Shapiro, yeah.
the woke right, anti-Israeli people on the right,
Yeah.
it is like their number one issue.
It is,
Right.
but they're tiny. This is the thing.
They
The
are.
grocers, they're
They are
tiny,
tiny.
and people are very worried about them. And I personally am very worried about them because for obvious reasons. But
So they're tiny. They are tiny, and they're vocal, and they're like they are like the pro-life movement, where every other issue doesn't matter. And so when they see people on the left under completely different rationality, under completely different logos, happening to take action on their number one issue,
yeah,
that actually is scary to me.
did you listen to Keith Foskey, when I had him on Tuesday?
Oh, just a little bit.
So I asked him about this, and he doesn't want to get into the fray. There's a real fray between Joel Webbin and James White right now. Chag Sameach, Shabbat Shalom, Rabbi. There is a real fight going on within, and he's the type of guy, he doesn't want to get involved with a fight. But he said, now we're talking about maybe Adolf Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. Have we lost our minds? And that's beyond an 80-20 issue. These people are grabbing onto it, not 1 to 99 issue. Like, I don't.
Again, I would point at the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't need that many people in order for something crazy to go off.
I hear you. Yeah, Yoav.
Some comments. First of all, if there is any time limit on the support of America to Israel, then Benjamin Netanyahu knows about it. He knows everything that goes on in America. He's going to finish the conflict before this happens. He's not going to let the conflict continue with Israel standing without America. Because then there will be nothing to lose. And second, Israel is an extension of the Pentagon. Who will you sell your weapons to now that the Ukraine is dead? And Israel is also indispensable in the sale of American weapons, because American weapons are the only weapons that are field proven. Everything that the West threw into the war in Ukraine failed. Whether it will be anti-tank missiles or tanks or whatever. Everything that the West is trying in Israel succeeds. And there are people who are buying weapons for the sake of using them. People are buying weapons, it's expensive stuff. You don't want it to fail on you in time of need. Case in point, nobody hates us worse than Brazil at the moment.
Ireland?
Brazil will have current government.
Okay.
Brazil will have nothing to do with Israel. Brazil is selling airplanes, their own locally made aircraft. Nobody wants to fly a Brazilian aircraft without the Israeli brains inside it. So the Brazilians are forced to buy our avionics from us, even though they hate our guts, because they want to sell their airplanes. Now, one of the many mistakes that the so-called, or the then called superpowers, France and Britain, did was to boycott Israel. First thing that they did, as we declared independence in 1948, they boycott any sales of weapons to Israel. Although they supplied and told the other party. Again, after 1967, there's a boycott on arm sales to Israel. Every time any kind of a war starts, then there is another boycott on Israel. End result is they don't sell any. They find it very hard to sell anything. I mean, the British weapon industry is non-existent at the moment, except from the Rolls-Royce engines. French are still standing because they're independent. It didn't do them any good. And the Pentagon knows that. So there are practical issues as well as political issues involved. Another question that I don't want to address: what is this Israel that you either support or you don't? Israel itself has its politics. It has its parties. What is going to be the political situation in Israel in another year? Matters. Quite unpredictable. Except if you follow the demographic, and then it's very predictable.
Are you sure? If you say that in North Tel Aviv, do they still let you into their parties?
No, they don't.
Well, you're invited to our parties, Yoav.
Yeah, this is why I'm here. I mean, it's not that I'm not invited, as I stare at them in disbelief. It's like it's exactly the two movies scenario. Don't you see my movie? No, they don't.
Well, here's a reoccurring. I mean, maybe I'm just like reaching too far into history here, but what I see a pattern of over and over again is persecution, right, of people within Semitic ideas. Okay, and that this escalates really high every time you're at a major civilizational shift, right? We see this pattern over and over and over. And we see the seeds of it right now, right? We see what those paths are starting to look like. We don't know exactly the form it's going to take or how it's going to roll out, but it's like, okay, here we are again. We're seeing apocryphal patterns starting to play out, right? And I think about my neighbor next to my parents, and I go, I can agree with, like, we can get along and agree on basically everything, but I'm watching him go down this rabbit hole, right? And I'm watching him take on particular ideas and particular labels and even take them on with a certain kind of pride, right?
Yes, Michael, but the thing is, so you talked about the small number of Bolsheviks.
Mm-hmm.
the small number of Bolsheviks who did the Bolshevik Revolution and murdered the Romanovs were the Semitic, there were a lot of Jews in that group. The response was the purges of Stalin.
Mhm.
And that fell apart. And yeah, I am seeing the rise of a certain anti-Semitic core. Certainly the attack on Squirrel Hill, the synagogue in Squirrel Hill, stuff like that. There has been a rise of anti-Semitism in the United States. It's just the gravity of the situation, the tectonics of the situation, things that cannot persist will not persist.
Yeah.
And what we have been seeing is things that cannot persist persisting.
Mhm.
I'll go back to my three things: the border, Harvard, and autism. I know that there are people who are on the other side who are seeing a different movie, who are thinking Trump's going to lose here. Trump can't fight Harvard, and there are very good reasons to think Trump can't fight Harvard. There are very good reasons to think Trump cannot fight and on the border. We're really talking about the entire judiciary, right? Like the Supreme Court, that was a 9-0 decision of you're attacking the judiciary here, and he is. And when it comes to the whole health establishment, like Malcolm Gladwell today released a podcast episode, just guns blazing, going after Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
No doubt.
And I find myself in a weird position of saying, well, this is when things get kinetic and when things get is when both sides think they see this situation clearly and they smash into each other. And I'm trying very hard to see the other side, because Jon Favreau is not an idiot. Malcolm Gladwell is not an idiot. Ezra Klein is not an idiot. There are many people on the other side. The Harvard has been gearing up for this for a long time. But it really seems to me like they're just, the number one thing is they're fighting on the battlefields that Trump is choosing. Why would you do that? Why would you fight? Like, they're fighting over Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That is a mistake. They're fighting over Harvard. That is a mistake. They're fighting about autism. Huge mistake.
So that's an audience capture thing, though, right?
What do you mean?
Their
being
audience
forced into it?
Yeah, their audience demands that these things are spoken to. They're getting bombarded with emails about these things, and so they are struggling with where to put their attention, because they effectively have constituents that are demanding a response to these things. And Trump, that's why Trump is able to play this game. He can force the rules of engagement and where to play by causing outrage to their constituents who demand a response.
Yanni, just jump on and set us straight. We're all sitting here waiting for you to actually give us a because I want to hear the other side. I really do. What I see, like, and I've said this for years now, is a slow motion train crash where, like Yoav was talking about, you know, the systems, like things move in the way they're moving, and maybe that is, we're doomed for this slow motion train crash. But like, I would like to think at least Ezra Klein is at least as capable of seeing the train crash as I am, but maybe he's not, which is shocking.
Okay, so here's what I see. I see, and I know of these people. I see. I've worked with some of them, both professionally and in political work. I see certain factions of non-observant Jews somewhere around the East Coast, largely, who are still like pretty close to their family, care about their traditions and their lineage, and
Rahm Emanuel.
Sure, yeah, and they are very washed into modern progressivism, leftist ideas, but there's a conflict going on. So I see them. Then I see a wider coalition of almost like a brotherhood between everything from my father's extremely low Protestantism fandom of Rabbinic Judaism, all the way up to Orthodox Father Stephen. Hey, we're Pharisees too. Okay, and I see that and everything in between, right, as this larger Western coalition, and then it's going to be that versus everything else. And it seeps its way into every other issue.
See, those are not the factions that I'm seeing. I think the suburban soccer mom is the most powerful force in the universe. Hand that rocks the cradle. The force behind her husband. The connective tissue of our society. The HR departments. These are the nerve centers of American society. Ultimately comes down to the soccer mom, the suburban mom. Yes, and they watch Real Housewives. And Camille Paglia, who is the closest thing to an Oracle of Delphi, and has been for the past 40 years. She says the Real Housewives is the best television show that is on currently. At least she said this like 10 years ago. Okay. And I haven't watched Real Housewives. Maybe I should. I look at the 3 fights that are going on. They're trying to tell these mothers that autism isn't real. It's an automatic loser. These women are dealing with autism on a daily basis. They are seeing, if it's not their own children, it is their children of their friends. It is the problem student in their classes. They're alien. Like, what are you saying?
Sorry, that fight and the other two that you're bringing up, I think, are battles within the larger war. And what I'm trying to justify within what I think the war is between the things is those who want to fight over blood and soil, and those who see a world through powers and principalities, and it's elevated above blood and soil.
I just don't see the incels, the people who are on Twitter all day. I just don't see them being the power broker that a woman whose husband is. I'm thinking of one of my cousins, right? Like, I know, like, she is the stereotypical, right? Her husband is an executive. She is a doctor. They have 2.5 kids. Like, white women rule everything. Like, I hear you. I just think the gravity of the situation, like, what percentage of the electorate is white women?
So, and what you're saying about white, I completely agree with that, right? Which I think is what Dugan is getting at in talking about the god of the West currently being Cybele, right?
Cybele? What's Cybele?
Cybele, like Cybele. So it's an old Roman god,
Okay.
right? And it's what he refers to as black logos. Black logos. It's a void that just dissembles, right? And so that the group that you're talking about right now. Okay, so soccer moms, still a lot of them, Jacob, maybe half college, right? In some modernist college thing, and they're
College,
basically,
but not Harvard. They're not gonna.
I look, most of the women I've worked with professionally, right, and like a lot of their work happens in their like earlier 20s, like maybe up into a little bit of their 30s.
Yeah.
But it deep, like, oh well, you think these things because you're not educated, you haven't been through like gender studies and women's lib and all these things, and so yes, they become soccer moms, but they are still full Karen, even though there's a conflict between what they think and their actions.
Oh no, I hear you. And these are the women who propped up Kamala, who propped up Joe Biden, who propped up Hillary Clinton, who were the power base that made the Democratic Party what it is. And a certain segment of them is still running the Democratic Party. I am guessing that all of the women who signed, here, let's look at the names of the people who signed this. Colin Killick sounds like a male. Christopher Banks, president and CEO, sounds like a male. Keith Wargo, okay, sounds like a male. Katie Nias, guessing it's a woman. Sharon Davenport, talk about a very whatchamacallit woman, and Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network. Lee Jinzhen Jansun Brown, guessing it's a woman. Karen Kretschka, Mary Parton. Like, these are the women who decided they're going to stand up as the leaders of the autism committee, like community, right? And say, no, we don't want to prevent autism. How is that a winning message?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, you're I don't know what happened to your camera, but your mic's still good.
So it's a Munchausen by proxy problem. Okay, it's and what it's the is that Orpheus? right? So the consuming mother, right? Yeah, like that's what's going on there. Because how dare you, one, try to fix it, two, take away the attention that it garners.
How dare you try to fix it? Honestly, that may be the thing is, yeah. How dare you try to fix my problem?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's not the nail skit. You know the skit I'm talking about?
The nail skit?
Yeah, so there's a there was a viral clip that went around where here I can't play it because it's not about the nail here. Can I play it? Here, I will risk the copyright strike and play this short thing. Let's hope they don't murder me for it.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See,
out.
you're not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ow!
Come on. If you would just
Don't.
Try to see things my way.
Okay. So what I see out of that increasingly is a garnishment of attention, right? I must gather up attention, and anything that might, fix it has a dual side of preventing the gathering of attention. Anything is justifiable, even like subconsciously, if it can pull more attention.
Yeah. Yoav, say something.
Again, it's the American wrestling. When I watch the films in the reading list, I see men around the table from different backgrounds, all of them extremely smart and very experienced, planning ahead of how to move the crowds. And well, Trump can do it all by himself, but by now he has a great team. And I can see them sitting around the table and planning it.
Yeah.
Some of it's planned, but I think the guy is like, it's no joke about the instincts. There's something instinctual about a lot of the plays that they make, right?
There is definitely instinct involved, but
But the reason that they can do that, the reason you can function off of instinct is by having embedded prominent values. Because if those are set in, then all you have to do is abide by those values and you can move instinctually. If values are loose, you can go anywhere you want and you're in decision paralysis.
The thing is, unlike Trump 1.0, he has, like, I don't think he is the one who told RFK Jr. to pick this fight with autism on autism. I don't even know if Trump is actually aware of the fight regarding autism.
No, it's easy. It's easy for him. Help make people healthier. Clearly what we have isn't working. That's obvious to see. This guy has something way different. A lot of people support it. 80-20. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just killed me when I saw the Malcolm Gladwell attempt to fight back. Elizabeth Warren, like, tried attacking RFK Jr. Like,
I think I've still got like a change.org ask Elizabeth or have Elizabeth Warren run for president thing from like 7 years ago. Like I started the damn petition.
how do you say wrestling in Hebrew?
He'avkut.
He'avkut. So you guys call it He'avkut Amerikai?
We don't talk about it.
At all?
Surprise.
Nobody except me and that guy you mentioned in Israel even knows that it has any significance. Yes, we had it in the 80s. I think they were on the tour, and I think I remember the street signs and the beginning of television in Israel. It was a thing long time ago. I can still remember it. Didn't catch on, and nobody in the young generation even knows that it exists.
Mm.
Extremely prominent in the low church in America. Very popular within low church.
I know.
Yeah. And so that's really interesting. Like what the common denominator between like Pentecostal charismatics and Baptists and love for WWE.
Well,
Lack of ritual.
I started my reading list with the story about the snake. And that man is just the cliche, the prejudice or that my grandmother would have about the Gentile. Just the typical cliche Gentile as my grandmother would have pictured it. And then I watched the one about Mr. Heyman, the Jew. So typically a Jew. And I think, well, the strength of America is those people can work together in a company, and also the strength, the organization, the ability just technically to create those mega events. It's the organizational skill that exists nowhere else in the world. And I think this is the marriage of Protestant work ethics with diversity. It's unique.
High Protestant. So the what I see is the more mainline Christianity, Anglican, Episcopalian, High Church, Protestantism that you see, that affinity and the woke ideas, there's a lot of affinity overlap there. But the lower you go in the church, like low baptism, low charismatic Pentecostals, it's nowhere on their radar to even conceive of it.
So Claire is in the backstage. She wants on. I will let the two of you overrule me, but my vote is we don't let her on.
I mean, you can give it a 5-minute trial.
It's up to you, Yoav.
Not my show.
People in the chat, do you want Claire to come onto the show?
But I missed the last sentence. What is that certain people in America don't grasp? I mean, I just didn't get you at all, the last paragraph.
The people I grew up around, Baptists, Pentecostals, low church America, anything diversity woke related it just runs so contrary to how they see the world.
Yeah, but I'm talking about real diversity. I'm talking about Hyman and the snake working together. Never seen such a diversity. Never existed before.
But it's imaginary.
No.
It's completely imaginary.
No, I'm talking about the snake's upbringing and his private life, and the way he brings up his children versus the way that Mr. Hyman is bringing up his children. Completely two different strategies, I would say.
I want to get what you're saying, and maybe now I'm not sure if I understand. So one thing I do see is that there is a high level of veneration and appreciation for the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King specifically, still within the low church, especially boomer age folks. So I see them embracing like this very wide diversity idea, but maybe you're thinking of diversity in a way that I'm not thinking of here.
Diversity of thought, diversity of ways of looking at the world.
Sure.
And just the ability to accept your different fellow human as equal. It's like in the God Fair. It's not personal, it's business. I mean, you can stab your partner in the back, but this is not about him or his ethnicity. It's just business.
So what I saw a lot of is in the diversity of thought specifically, okay? Like if they are largely viewing the world through a modern lens when it comes to ethnicity and the use of that word even, right? And so they go, hey, anybody, any color, whatever, right? Male, female, and they're really inclusive in that way. But when it comes to thought, they go, hate the sinner, not the sin, or hate the sin, not the sinner, right? And so there is a fairly hard line of like, look, it's not like we're going to do something to you, right, or hurt you or something, but we will condemn your thought crimes and the way that you see the world until and we trust the Lord to change your heart. And so we're trying to get you into the service to have this ecstatic experience, to like end up on the front row and to give your heart to Christ. Like, so they go through this thing where it's like high pull to conversion, but high tolerance of like, we hate the sin, not the sinner.
Okay, I'm gonna let Claire on. Hello, Claire.
Good day, gentlemen. I just wanted to have a few words about feminism. I'm delighted that you are making the connection at last. It's been a while, and now we can put the whole thing together and say what the problem is.
What is the problem, Claire?
Well, your politics is all about immigrants and immigration, and obviously this is a problem of labor relations caused by the problem of gender relations, in that Westerners don't marry and stay together for the sake of the children anymore, making the proletariat unfit for their purpose, necessitating the importation of the immigrant labor that you're all complaining about. It's very simple, really, but I think it is feminism that is the elephant in the room that you would rather ignore and have to work your way around because of the short-term thinking of most men. It is a problem, but it's too much of a Gordian knot to cut, because obviously you already are mostly in relations with women, living with them, and you don't want to upset your girlfriends or your wives who might divorce you under the rules of no fault divorce, which could be financially ruinous, and all the rest of it.
Okay. Jacob, do you mind if I engage?
Please.
All right. So we'd have to agree on the terms of feminism first. And then further, I mean, just to get it, like, I think one of your main points about immigration, like insider, outsider. So if you run a business, or you could use a family model, or you could run you could have a business model. It's just like, here's a collection of a book club, even a book club. If you have like a book club of 20 people, right, and then you bring in 2 or 3, they can assimilate into your book club, right? And like, okay, here's the kind of books that we're interested in. Here's the cohesion. Here's the kind of book club they are, the kind of books that we read. But if you take in too many newcomers too quickly, then the identity of that book club shifts too fast and can become unrecognizable from what it is. And so there's a proper proportionality between bringing in the insider and assimilation versus not bringing them in at all, closing your walls off, or allowing too many in at once.
Yes, and it's difficult to get right, because I suppose the tendency for the government would be to think, we've already got so many of them here, a few more won't hurt, and a few more, and a few more, and then it wouldn't make any difference now. I think this is a problem that the Roman Empire suffered from when they became a victim of their own success, and obviously, the people who wanted labor preferred to deal with slave labor because it was cheaper.
Yep. So Roman Empire, too big, right? To have brought in too many outsiders, unable to be sustainable. But you see also an interesting Eastern Roman Empire later on that sort of has to shore up. And there are examples of success where it's like, here's what our identity is. Here's things that had to be shifted. And this is part of the reason that you hear the Eastern Orthodox point to it, not as the highest example, but they're of high points of particular examples of things that are better than what was happening in the Roman Empire before that larger split between East and West.
Well, it was inevitable in that, it was so unwieldy that only splitting it would, allow it to be governed in a rational way. And so it was a geopolitical split, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Now we might say that there is I'm going to use these gendered terms as a basis, but not it can be taken on by anyone, right? I can take on a feminine kind of thought, and you may not even agree to that presupposition of being able to do that, but I'm going to try to work with that language, and we'll see where we land. So let's say there's a willingness for more entropy, for more chaos, right? Of bringing in more insiders, and that and it's through an empathy and care, bring them in, bring them in, bring them in. Whereas there's maybe like a more fatherly masculine urge to like, okay, not too many, kind of be protective. But you can imagine a mother sort of doing that too, where she sort of gets mama bear. And sometimes we associate, like when women do that, it's a little bit more of a conservative, sort of masculine-ish kind of take, where it's like, okay, the entropy desire with empathy to bring in a lot of outsiders, right? This happens to the Roman Empire even, right?
It wasn't for
Yeah, go ahead.
compassionate reasons, was it? I mean, currently you're prioritizing the preferences of women, and they're using the compassionate argument, but perhaps you want them to be compassionate, but to your children, to yourselves, but not to foreigners. But,
yes, yeah. We would say there's there's concentric circles to care. I must by necessity care about my wife and children more than the stranger on the street. Not to say that I shouldn't care about them, but it must end up at different concentric circles of care.
Different priorities, yes.
Yeah. The reason I would apply that to the Roman Empire, you're right about the look. One of the things that they could do, the Roman Empire, let's say pre-Caesar, right, could have done, right, is just wipe out go full Ares Mars worship and just wipe out the other people and go, you're not us, dead, or you're extremely harshly enslaved, rather than a kinder, arguably more empathetic, even though there was still a practice of decimation, there's a more empathetic, like, we can bring you in, we'll just tax you, right, and not completely destroy and annihilate your people, right? And so something about that is really beautiful and good, and I would argue in a way that resembles the kind of love of a mother.
Yes, but the business model of the empire is that you take over other people's lands after conquering them, and the usual procedure is to kill the men and bring the children and the women back as slaves. So women were always part of booty. So I suppose that explains why men are more racist and more endogamous, while women are better at learning foreign languages, because traditionally they would be the ones carried away and expected to adapt to a new language and environment, and that is really the key difference between a man and a woman. They get treated differently in war, as you would expect.
Yeah, and given the biological reality that we're facing there of just like strength, and look, if men get really carried away, right, with the most masculine kind of urges, in the Christian world we might even say daemons, or classical Greek understanding, right, Mars Ares worship is like an extremely heightened form of the most toxic masculinity that is like full destroy these other people, right?
The raping and pillaging thing.
Yes. Full raping and pillaging. So we would point to that as like pagan in the like pantheon of gods kind of way. So here's you taking on as a people a spirit, a demon of Mars, of Ares, and being willing to kill and conquer, rape and pillage, all these things, whereas it is the fullness of the good of the masculine, the good of the feminine, in Orthodox language through Christ and the Theotokos, that transforms the Roman Empire into something that doesn't lose, or is on its way to improving, given the stance that they were coming from, on its way to improving how the outsider and the other is treated, while also still being able to maintain borders.
As far as the Catholic Church is concerned, I have heard it said that the Catholic Church, the Roman Empire lives on through the Catholic Church. So even though Christianity did not prevent the decline and fall of Rome, and Edward Gibbon, who wrote The Decline and Fall of Rome, actually said that the decline and fall of Rome was caused by Christianity, it survived and turned Europe Christian and crossed the Atlantic and turned the Americas Christian. And this is the third global empire that Christians have. But it seems to me, I mean, the problem is that I don't think Christians really believe in the Trinity. They pretend to believe. This is, and they know they can't really defend it, because the usual way of dealing with heretics would be to burn them at the stake. And now, because they haven't got the heart to do it anymore, that they are defenseless against argument. And this is really the helplessness. And now it becomes a cultural affiliation, which is just a mark of being white and middle class in the West, isn't it? I mean, that's really what it's all about now.
So look, there's concentric circles of this too. So let's talk about the inner tighter circles, like leading up to how you end there. Now, Jacob and Yoav aren't going to agree with me. Plenty of other people won't agree with me. But we might say that the way that, here's a starting place, that the way the book of Enoch is a midrash on Genesis allows for a certain kind of second power in heaven perspective that even can like be seen theologically through a Trinitarian model. The assertion from the Christians at the time were saying this is what Paul is, again, not everybody agrees with me, right? But what the Orthodox Church, the Eastern Orthodox, Greek Eastern Church, what they are professing is that there are those at the time of Christ who are able to, and always did, see even the Old Testament and the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, the scriptures of their people, all these scrolls, through a Trinitarian lens, right? They always saw that. Here's the angel of the Lord. Here's the way that you encounter the Lord without perishing, and that there is that which was outside your reach, right? That which is within your reach, and that which you participate in, that makes a Trinitarian model that even the Greeks that were not Semitic, in a sense, and were not playing, that they through philosophical terms, they were able to arrive at a Neoplatonic Trinitarian model, even though some of that does happen afterwards and given some of the influence from Christians, but those models are there, and in the deepest inner circles of Christian theology, of this Pharisaic inheritance that is in worship of Christ and acknowledges Jesus as incarnate Christ, that is there, and it is there early, and some of us continue to attest to that and attest to it in that way this entire time.
It is totemic of Christian identity, is it not, the Trinity?
It is, we might say something like, it is the most realistic lens to perceive reality.
But that is its unique character, which has been described as a mystery. And I'm sure Christians over the centuries have wondered, because when Constantine converted Rome to Christianity, he wasn't a Trinitarian. He did call the Council of Nicaea, and the Christian bishops couldn't agree because there was the schism between the Trinitarians and the Arians, or the Athanasians and the Arians, if you prefer. And but the fact was that Constantine and his son were both Arians. And I should mention this conversation I had with E. Michael Jones, who is this Catholic, and I think in an unguarded moment he actually said he found Arianism easier to believe than the Trinitarianism a Catholic was supposed to believe. And this leads us to the mystery of the Trinity. Why did the Trinity have to be the Trinity? Why was the Edict of Thessalonica passed in 380 declaring that only Trinitarian Christians would be allowed and non-Trinitarians would be persecuted?
Let me add a point to Claire's what Claire is saying. You're an Eastern Orthodox Christian, Michael. The I would say first, but arguably second most important theological divide. The reason why the Catholics are heretics is a fight over the filioque. The
A
Christian
monarchical
church.
trinity.
Well, here, so let me give a little bit on that. We would say we're Catholic, and we say it every week. We say it during every liturgy. We are Catholic.
The Roman Catholics.
We would say we're Roman and we're Catholic. Now, here's
But you haven't changed your rituals as much as the Catholic Church has.
What we would say, what I've found most prevalent about what's said about the divide has to do with pride, right? Has to do with you can imagine 5 major capitals of Christianity at the time. All of them have like a patriarch as a guidepost, right? And one of them goes, "I'm above," and the other 4 go, "No, you're not." But it's on top of a lot of nuance that happens over many years of the differences between Latin and Greek, and a frustration to understand each other, and the Latins to really interpret Hebrew and Greek appropriately. And so the divide and the tensions get harder over time. But
they were political.
Yeah. Oh, they were political too. Don't get me wrong. That plays into this. And so you sort of kind of like now, right? There's like 2 heads of an eagle. There's the political and the state, right? And there's like the political and the polity playing out within the church. And both of these things are going at the same time.
But Michael, the filioque is a problem.
But it's more about the lack of the West, of the Latin-speaking West, to go its own way, right? And to implement, and it's understandable why they were doing it. They were in the middle of Arian heresy problems. It's completely understandable why they were doing what they were doing, right? But not making that big of a change on your own without it being something consensual with the other major capitals, right? That becomes a pride problem, and the lack of confirmation just escalates tensions, to Claire's point, along with the already political tensions and the language problems between the Greeks and the Latins.
A majority of Christians are outside of your church, at least partially based on a creedal fight over the Trinity.
So at the essence of the division between 2 Pharisaical groups is also that exact same problem, right? Where what Messiah is, right, makes all the difference in the world, and how that sets up what we kind of reduce down to Trinitarian versus Unitarian models.
I hear you.
Yeah.
The problem becomes, as Yoav famously reminds me constantly to do, stand athwart history and say the Messiah is not here yet.
So we would say the Messiah came, is coming, and will come again. Maranatha.
Okay, just to prove that I'm not getting bored, the big problem with the Trinity, as I see it, is why is it so stable? Because listening to so much of Sam, I'm getting convinced that it is a concept that is hard to defend, and is defended usually by brute force, and will fall with any kind of historical event, any kind of a catastrophe like the earthquake in Lisbon or whatever. It's bound to fail, and the system should revert to the more stable state. However, it has not fallen. And that is a mystery to me. I mean, if you ask me to bring the number one argument that I have for the Trinity, is that it's here.
And we would say that a Trinitarian understanding of reality predates Jesus walking the earth, right? And that this is something that is ancient in the Semitic understanding, but there are periods where there's like a losing sight of that. And what I mean most specifically about this, what we profess, we don't have to agree about this, obviously, right? But what we profess is especially the second power in heaven problem, why Moses encounters the Lord, right, but does not perish, and the difference between that and the Father, who, if you did encounter, that can only be with your flesh passing.
Do we want to go on to solve the mystery of the Trinity? Because I think I have a theory.
By all means, Claire.
So basically, the Trinity had to be the Trinity because it's the only way for Christians to win the arguments against Jews. Because otherwise, the problem would be this: the Jew would ask a Christian, "Hey, Christian, you worship Jesus, don't you?" And the Christian would have to say yes, and the Jew would continue, "You worship Jesus because you think he's the Son of God, don't you?" And the Christian would have to say, "Yes, what about it?" And then the Jew says, "Your Jesus is the Son of our God of Israel, who is the Father of Jesus, who is more powerful than Jesus, so we win."
So, do you mind if I take it? No. Okay. So there is no, what we might say is there is no encountering the Father except through the Son. Using that language of Father and Son is a way to understand this at all. The Son of Man, right, is the only means by which we commune with the Father. The Father is beyond our reach, right? So only by the Son is there an encounter. This is not, and remember, there's a time where this argument was being had, and this kind of phrasing, right? What I'm presenting right now is something that's attested to and argued before Jesus even walks the earth. What we're saying about Jesus is that he is fully the Son of Man. He is fully the second power in heaven, right? Completely incarnated, like the way that the Greeks understood how Ares or Mars or Athena or whatever could actually incarnate in the world, right, through fleshly means, right? These daemons could take over, and people would use divination, and the voices of those daemons would actually come out in a similar way. But the only way that that happens, and the Greeks understood this, was through the coercion of those daemons. The nature of Christ is that there is no coercion, which is why he would be, one, born of a virgin, and two, would ultimately be sinless and not coerce someone else into it, because the manner in which the Son of Man, like when you're encountering the Son of Man, he walks with you, he doesn't possess you, unlike every other daemon.
I would accept that it's an interesting hypothesis that through some mechanism, I mean, I'm continuing my thread. I'm looking at what makes the Trinity stable. And one possible reason that it's just true. Another possibility that there is some kind of a mechanism, either this or another, in which the existence of Judaism supports it. So that without Judaism, it would have collapsed. It could even be that it is true, and still it would have collapsed without Judaism.
And look, from what we profess is that it is the look. Who is Israel? We would say Israel are those who hear and do the Father's will, right? And that the only way that that is done is in submission to the second power in heaven through the Son of Man, and that's Alpha and Omega. The reason we use Alpha and Omega around talking about Christ is there's not like some start to it. It's eternal. It's an eternal truth. And we would say that the fingerprints of that are all over Hebrew scripture.
As a side note, there is something that is bothering Jacob and his friends, is that Judaism, certainly in Israel, is split between the Orthodox Jews who do not regard me as Israel, because I do not keep this, obviously do not keep the Sabbath, and people like me, people in my neighborhood who do not consider the Orthodox Jews as Israel because they do not serve in the army. And my reply for that is that we are brothers. So if I am Israel, then you are Israel. If you are Israel, I am Israel. Nothing we can do about it. Just a side note, off topic. Also, the matter of feminism was brought up as a subject early in the conversation. I want to tell a story. There was a nice girl in North London, bright girl, and she finished successfully second degree in Oxford, and she was looking forward to a career as a lawyer. And she has made the mistake of taking a trip to the Middle East, where she found a dark young man, and she hopelessly fell in love, and they were about to get married. And her father asked the young man, you people on the Middle East, you have this reputation with the way you treat your women. What are you going to do with my daughter's ambitions to to do something with herself? And then I replied to him, if she's frustrated, it's going to be my problem. So she immigrated to the Middle East, and she had to study law in Aramaic rather than in English. Yes, Jacob, you still have to learn some Aramaic to pass the law exam in Israel.
Mazel tov.
And then, when she was just about to start her very promising career, she decided she wanted to have some children, which is the best decision she ever made, because then was just enough time to raise the kids and still do something with herself afterwards. So this is the right solution to feminism. Not all people in the world take the right decision in their life. And the people that take the bad decision will perish. That's evolution for you.
Well, again, we'd have to come to terms on what you mean by feminism, what Claire means by feminism, at which phase, in different, like, we can all point to that word, but we've got a Tower of Babel problem where we don't necessarily all mean the same thing at all.
I'm aware of first, second, third wave feminism. I have a lot to say about, I observed it. I had an HR when a head of HR in an organization who was an nth wave feminist, and then she left, and then came the N+1 wave feminist instead of her. And I pointed to my boss how much I could find fault in that, and said, but did you prefer the previous one? And I said, the next one is the punishment for of the first one. Not only she did replace, and this is what I didn't say. Not only did she replace her in her job, she replaced her worldview. So this is the way of sinners.
So one of the things I've been thinking about a lot over the last year and a half, 2 years, is how the loss of the veneration for a girl who was blameless under the Torah and just disregarding her, disregarding our relation to what that would mean for ourselves in the West under a Christian view of the world. If you lose that, right, then the way that husbands and fathers treat the women in their lives, the various aspects of feminism and what we've seen through these different waves, or however you want to define it, are a reaction to the rebelliousness of doing the highest good for men because of the loss of that veneration.
All I can say that my wife is as pure and as blameless as a human being can possibly be. So I respect her, and she can believe seven misleading left-wing beliefs before breakfast. I will still respect her.
Which is beautiful, right? Because like
Inevitable.
well, the pattern of good marriage is foundational to reality, right? The more that breaks apart, the more it breaks apart at every fractal layer of reality.
But Western governments do not support marriage, do they?
This is why I live in the East.
Well, you might say that they have and still do, and that there is a growing lack of appreciation for it, which is why you see more of a return to a pagan-like group polyamory, multiple partners, like as the further that we get in Nietzsche's shadow of where we
Serial
came from,
monogamy.
yeah. But to the West's credit, it's built on, and it comes from the foundations of a deep veneration and appreciation for marriage. And sometimes a people goes through a period where they have to return to their old texts of their ancestors and go, we have to get radical, go to the root, right, and return.
I think the only way to do it would be to forbid extramarital sex. That would make people marry younger and obviously stigmatize divorce. But I think people are too hooked on the idea that it's a human right to have extramarital sex, and obviously their numbers are electorally significant.
We might say that it requires a change of the heart. To your point, they don't see it that way anymore. It's already forbidden in the sense that it misses the mark and there's consequences. Like, should you engage in that, there will be consequences because it breaks down natural law in a number of ways, right? So only when people recognize that, right, can they return to the pattern that's needed. If we try to implement too heavy-handedly, like from the state or something else that goes, you absolutely can't do this, or like it's a death penalty or something, right, then that coercion could in itself be a problem and have other kinds of consequences, which is why a change of the heart is needed.
Well, Claire is very big on the death penalty, so.
No doubt.
I don't go on about. I do say that unmarried parents should be treated as sex offenders. It's the only language they understand. So the penalty for that would be it's public corporal punishment, as they do it in Aceh province in Indonesia, which isn't lethal. It's just, well, rather humiliating, but obviously it doesn't hurt the people. But that would make the point that, you know, it's not supposed to be done. And in fact, in early America, this was done. But obviously to propose this is heresy and could get us burnt at the stake.
Increasingly less so.
Claire, I still wonder why, living in London, you haven't been tracked down by the police and at least fined for all your very, very based beliefs.
They have. Well, they know where I live. They did take me to the police station some years ago. It was a dawn raid. Yeah, so
Really?
they came, five of them for little old me, taking away my computer. So I mean, I know they were doing it to other people, and they kept me there for nearly 24 hours, releasing me only late at night to cause maximum inconvenience. You know, missing the last train from, you know, a different part of London. So it was obviously a deliberate ploy to intimidate and harass people, and they're still doing that. And if you don't open your door to them immediately, they'll probably break it down.
Claire, how do you feel about the pressure that Vance is putting on the UK regarding speech laws, specifically related to this?
I see this as a veiled message to get British men to defend their free speech, but you know, because British men have no principles, because they have no religion, they have no First Amendment to you know. They have no First Amendment rights, so we have no free speech. You know, people do get raided for you know, Facebook posts and singing songs and all kinds of things. So the statement that the British have an unwritten constitution is one of the biggest lies of all. Which I guess increasingly they no longer believe. But you know, I don't think Americans are in a much better position either, even with your First Amendment, because obviously a rule is only as good as those prepared to enforce it and seek its protection.
We're seemingly we're in a better position because we're allowed to have firearms, and that's, you know, it's a deterrent from a police officer who's like, do I really want to enforce this at the risk of some like hillbilly being pissed off that I'm going to try to raid him? So there's something there. I am curious if the totalitarian speech control that you're seeing happening there, if you equate that, if you see that as a symptom of some kind of feminism.
Well, it is atheism, really, because I think instinctively people know what they could be saying and could be doing, but they're too scared. And atheism prevents people from doing the right thing because they think, well, if I say this, I might lose my job, I'll be cancelled. Maybe my girlfriend would withhold sexual access and my wife might divorce me under the rules of no fault divorce. The consequences could be ruinous, so they don't do it and they pretend it's not happening. I think a lot of male neurosis is this. They literally can't believe how helpless they are and how unlikely success is if nobody else supports them. But nobody will support a principle. That is really the problem, because they don't believe that good will be rewarded and evil punished in this life or the next, because deep down they don't believe in God. And I think this is the terrible conundrum of Christians who only regard Christianity as a cultural affiliation rather than, a foundational moral and belief system.
Which we might say is a Western perspective on Nietzsche's critique. Right.
Well, he was the one who said, God is dead, what shall we do? We who have killed him. And I guess he was referring at the time to the Kulturkampf in Germany, when the German government was going around unifying Prussia and the other German states it had just conquered. And that was obviously disruptive, and the Catholic Church was, basically told to get lost. And that's the year when the edict of papal infallibility was passed. So,
Claire, would you have made Nietzsche take the Shahada? That's the question we want to know.
well, I wish he'd said a bit more about. He did mention Islam, didn't he? But saying, oh, these Arabs are terrible people. We can't possibly adopt their religion. But he was, looking around. We don't know if he actually read it or not.
I mean, the Muslims, if you think about Muhammad, he had a great affinity for pagan sort of ideas. If you think about it, the idea of power, he loved licking stones, all that kind of stuff. That's very Greek.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to about Muhammad being pagan, considering he's really an ethical monotheist, if you accept that Islam is ethical monotheism.
Well,
I'm going to mute.
To that point, like if there's a way that I can focus on Zeus so heavily that can make me a monotheist of sorts, right? But we might say something, at least from the Orthodox Christian lens, we would say something like that is happening as a result of the principality that ends up at the top of the hierarchy for Islam.
I'm not sure what you mean, I'm afraid.
That's okay. So the attributes, you know how earlier we were talking about a Semitic monotheism versus a Semitic Trinitarianism. Well, it can, in a way, right, depending on what you actually do and where you put your attention, which is effectively worship, change your orientation, right? So we go, okay, well, what are the fruits that we see coming out of Islam? Okay, it's like, well, which faction within Islam? Because there's different ones and there's different fruits.
Well, the Iranians got their country back with Islam.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So could Americans.
No, are we just going to stay here and just let that blow? No way. Come on, Jacob. Say something. Come on.
Okay, I object to the sentence that the Iranians got their country back due to Islam. First, you want to analyze the ethnicities in Iran, and there are more to Iran than Iranians.
Yes,
And
Jews
then
live there the Jews live in Iran, and Rabbi Mizrahi actually said that Jewish parents are more likely to bring up believing Jewish children in Iran than they are in Israel. And how disgraceful is that? That was what he said, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi.
But
Oh,
of course it would do under.
that is not what I was referring to at all. But again, the sentence that I was objecting to was that the Iranian got their country back with Islam. This is what I dispute. But I will not follow the subject any further. I'm not an expert on Iran.
Claire, to that comment though, the faith of Israel will always thrive more under persecution.
Well, half of Jewry are Hilonim, right? They're secular Jews, and according to, well, Torah principles, and they're not even supposed to be around because the penalty for breaking the Sabbath is death by stoning. So, you know, this is a conundrum that Jews themselves have not been able to solve.
Okay, so I have to address this. One of the things we keep on talking about, and one of my favorite jokes, is why did God create Mormons? So that Christians would know how Jews feel. And if it was not for Islam, Christianity would have a much stronger claim to the truth than it does. And if it wasn't for Christianity, Islam would have a much greater claim to the truth than it does.
Well, because of the competing claims of...
Yeah, the competing claims of Islam and Christianity are what show you that Judaism actually has it right. Because both Christians and Muslims call Jesus the Messiah. And they're both obviously wrong. Because if either one of them was right, the other wouldn't exist.
Well,
But
the
it
identity...
creates that stability. Now, let me just explain. So this idea of the Jewish death penalty, right? So when I started talking to Keith Foskey, right, he had this idea of, well, Jesus took all the punishment, and therefore it's not anything that I do that matters. And if you ask a Muslim, they believe God is just, therefore you should kill the murderer. But that's when you don't see that the Jews are the people who, unlike the Mormons who read a text, I mean, it's very obvious that the Mormons read a King James version of the Bible in English and started interpreting it out of its actual context. Judaism has never been a bloodthirsty religion of putting people to death. That's just archaeologically completely incompetent when looking at the history of Judaism.
But you have 36 capital offenses in the Torah.
And we don't, and like the Gospel of John says, when they talked about, when they said to the Sanhedrin, Pilate, I believe, said to the Sanhedrin, put him to death. They said, it is against our law to put any man to death.
Well, I thought the whole point of Jesus being brought before Pilate was because after the Romans took over, the Jews no longer had the power of death or life over their own populace, but they still wanted to.
And then when Pilate said, go and judge him according to your laws, the Sanhedrin's response was, this is not according to our laws to put people to death.
This is quite the topic for this particular day, by the way. So I was just listening to Eric Metaxas, who does the Socrates on the City stuff, who is a really interesting figure to me.
Former Greek Orthodox,
Former Greek Orthodox.
currently Protestant. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's complicated, right? but one of the things that's most interesting about him is that I know about him because he would show up on my low church parents' television or YouTube Rumble channels that they watch, like super pro Trumpy, Patriot Front, these kinds of things. So he shows up on there, but then he crosses all the way over to like interviews with Peugeot and McGillicrest and cares about Peterson's work. And like sometime this week had one of our quirky Orthodox theologians, this lady, Janine Constantine, talking about this particular issue, right? And how Pilate, right, who knows these people well, knows the Jews well, right, has been presiding over them for some time, right? And he's going, I don't think that you, like, this doesn't seem like the fight. This doesn't seem like the thing to really get riled up about, guys. And so he keeps trying to give them an out over and over again. Like, no, are you sure? Are you sure that this is what you want to do? And he even gives them another. He goes, what about Barnabas, right? What about this guy or Barabbas? Like, here's another out. And then you could even save face, right? To where you're not dealing with this Jesus guy. This doesn't seem to be, so much of an issue. But they won't take it. They won't take it, right? They're so enraged. They're so upset. This particular subset, right? We can't just stuff everybody in one box here. Whatever subset of leadership that was in play in particular parts of that leadership were enraged, and they push it and they push it and they push it. And Pilate goes, okay, I guess, whatever. I'm gonna wash my hands of this. I can't deal with it. So there's a way, right, that what the Christians are professing, what's part of the insight about that story is whether you wash your hands of it or you are actively persecuting, even if you were the one that was loyal, right, that the highest orienting principle that you can commune with is something that you can betray yourself, whether passively or aggressively.
I completely lost
Good
track
Friday,
of what we were
everybody.
talking about.
That's what we do here, Andre. Have you not been watching my channel? This is a conversation we're having about the democratic strategy in the American public.
I mean, I was still on the I was still on the "it's not lawful" thing for us because I was looking at that. John Chrysostom, a fan favorite, says this may mean that Jesus was meant to be killed by both Jews and Gentiles, or that the Jews couldn't legally crucify anyone, though they did execute people like Stephen by stoning. But I'm guessing the reply would be, well, who says that Stephen was stoned? Is that going to be the reply?
Well, that could be the reply, but more clearly, the obviously in Acts 7, you read quite clearly that it was not an actual court, like that wasn't a regular like that was mob justice at best.
Yeah. There's no reason to really like push that on any particular group and thinking that any particular group even thought that was a good idea. But missing the mark, right, means that we do things that are unjustified, right? We're missing the mark. We didn't hit the aim.
Yeah, I guess that's the point, right? Like, is it possible that they just did something that was not lawful by any standard? Or is it that they always went and did the exact correct thing in every single situation and they never made a mistake? Is that what we're saying about the Sanhedrin?
Well, we could say that about Pilate too. It's like both Gentile and Jew are missing the mark here. Everybody's missing the mark.
Well, okay. So the first thing that that Herod did when the Romans brought him into Jerusalem was he killed half of the members of the Sanhedrin. So the idea that the Sanhedrin at the time was widely beloved by the Jewish people is not a thing. That's just not even like the Essenes had gone out
Yes.
into like the desert because they were like, you guys are just too corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And understandable. Like here are the people immersed in the city, right? The Romans prop up Jerusalem as this like huge tourist destination. Look at all of our inclusiveness and how we have this exist, even though they don't worship our gods. Send everybody here. It's a crown jewel, right? There's lots of like Roman secularization, so to say, happening around that area, right? And that's how you get the fruits of something like Herod. Like, what do you expect? It's New York City. There's lots of decadence there. What are you going to do?
What is Claire saying? It's a thought crime. Wait, idolatry is a thought crime. I don't know if that's.
It's not true in Judaism. It's not even true in Islam. It's actually somewhat true in Protestant Christianity, maybe.
Yes.
They do talk about hidden idolatry, these Muslims. So that they're saying that even as you pray or appear to pray correctly as a Jew or a Muslim, if your thoughts are not aligned to worshipping God and you're thinking of, how to sin, you are actually guilty of idolatry.
Right, but I
But we
think
can't
even
prove it.
with Muslims, Deuteronomy 29:29 applies. Like, you're not going to actually have a court and put people to death for something like that.
No, because but I mean, for Jews, it's not, as long as you're not bowing before idols, we're cool. But obviously that there are, it's not enough to just not bow before idols, because the real problem is when you're not obeying the laws of God, and suffer as a consequence. So you can actually have people who are claiming to be Jews, Christians, and Muslims, but they don't really believe. So I guess the idea is that they might as well be idolaters for all the regard that they pay the laws of God.
But Claire, I mean, I know you're a big fan of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Like, shouldn't we
really.
just all agree to whatever the Archbishop of Canterbury says? He is the patriarch.
He's resigning.
Ew.
Justin Welby is resigning because of some sex scandal. But no, that's the thing. People are
So he's a virile male. He's a virile male. He's
Jewish, it has been said.
Really?
He actually boasted about his mother's adultery.
Not halachically, he wouldn't be considered Jewish anymore.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that I've forgotten what it was about now.
Claire, thought crime. I'd like to give just a quick spin on it. So the way that we in the Christian Orthodox circles talk about this is like sin starts with thoughts, comes to your mouth, and then comes out in your actions, right? So if you don't reorient, right? If you don't re-aim at the thought level, then some of that nasty shit is gonna start coming out of your mouth, and maybe you're like bitching about your neighbor, or saying some heinous shit about women, or whatever, right? So starts here, comes out of the mouth, and if you don't stop it in your mouth, then what you might start doing gets pretty crazy, right? And so there's these levels of missing marks. So there's a way that what Islam is getting at, right, is fair. There's a way that it's fair, but the highest orienting principle and the kind of fruits that it produces are not something that we agree on.
Do you have like a community that you go to, Claire? Like, because you were talking about idolatry, but if you're in a Sunni community, wouldn't they say your made-up version of Islam is like idolatry?
I'm not Muslim, so I don't go to mosque or any of that. any of that stuff. No,
And
no.
why not just be like a
What-
Platonist or something?
I don't know why people keep talking about Platonism when they mention this. I mean, Plato was not a Christian, was he? So why are Christians talking about Plato? I don't get it.
No, I'm asking
Okay,
like you want some oneness principle.
I actually checked. Justin Welby was even his maternal grandmother is not arguably Jewish. Apparently, he's of Huguenot descent, whatever that means. But yeah, he doesn't have any Jewish blood.
French Protestants.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said his mother had an affair with somebody who was
So
working.
maybe his dad was Jewish. That doesn't make him Jewish.
Yes, I agree. But anyway, he was sort of boasting about it. I mean that's how low the Church of England has become. But I was going to make the point that I find it so exasperating that nobody can actually entertain the idea that if there is an afterlife, if God exists, he might not be Jesus Christ. And those of you who insist on thinking of him as Jesus might be in a bit of trouble if you were to meet God in your afterlife, and God is not going to be a good liberal and agree to disagree about his mother being Mary and all that kind of thing.
I want to connect it to the question of Plato. As I see it, Plato did exercise. He exercised in philosophy for the students. And the problem that he gave is about Aphrodite, the goddess of love. As a goddess, she should be perfect. But the act of love, meaning that you are desiring something, that you need something. So how could she be the goddess of love? And perhaps one solution was through the introduction of Eros. And Eros is half god. So he can be a half god of love. He's not perfect, but he's still representing the love that is missing something. While Aphrodite can be representing the love that is perfect and not in need of anything. Sort of. I'm not a philosopher, so just very rough sketch. And also, I know that Plato presented the idea that a part of all the plethora of gods that he knew, that there exists a creator, because philosophically he recognized that there should be one primal reason,
Oneness.
which he thought more in mathematical geometrical terms rather than in personal terms. And the Christians treat this as a beginning to Christianity. The idea that you have an intermediate, a half god, and the idea that there is a creator, is sort of a beginning of a thought that leads to Christianity. This is why they like Plato so much. And I would like to also point to the fact that Eros is presented as a child or a baby with wings, and angels in Christianity, unlike in Judaism, are presented like children or babies with wings. So there is an affinity there. The problem that I face is that I regard God as infinite, and I regard myself as finite, and I personally cannot bridge that gap, not by one intermediate person or or any number of intermediate entities, except infinite number of intermediate entities. And the thing that is a collection of infinite entities between me and God is exactly Jacob's ladder.
So Claire, what we would say on the Orthodox Christian side, kind of riffing off of Yoav here, is Messiah, Christ, is at the intersection of the visible and invisible, the infinite and the finite, right? So why do we think that we're encountering Christ, right, in the afterlife? So in the invisible, right, there's all these like Jungian language here. There's all these archetypes, right? There's all these aspects, right, that are happening invisibly, right? And they're like intertransmitted between people. How you can get caught up in team spirit. Okay. So then when your flesh passes away, right, the highest orienting principle that guides creation at all, the logos of logos, you could connect that to Darwinian, like how does it move? What guides that natural selection? In a way. I'm not limiting it to that, but maybe inclusive of that. That when your flesh passes away, your spirit, your Elohim, right? Like you're a little Elohim. You have a spirit, you have a wind. Your wind is with the great wind of all, right? And that all of that is contained. But should you not have a relationship with the highest orienting principle, and you spent all your time being consumed by your hate, by your envy, by your drunkenness, whatever, then what's left of you when your flesh passes is just those daemons, those rebellious Elohim, is your drunkenness, your anger, whatever. You're just absorbed in that. And whatever's left of you is burned away because you were dead wood. But to whatever degree you were aiming at that light and the darkness is a communion and a relationship. So that's what you encounter after death. And that is all within the broader sphere of the Father as such, which is beyond our reach. That's why we make that assertion. Everything else downstream of that, of the Theotokos and Mary and the attributes of Christ, all that has to be understood under that lexicon.
Somebody's on Discord. Is it you, Jacob?
Yes, I am on Discord, and
You've zoned out.
well, there are things I have to deal with. Your viewers don't like us, Claire.
I was going to ask him what he meant by you guys being lower class. I mean, I wouldn't say that myself, but I'm afraid I don't.
I certainly would never have gotten into Eton. I can tell you that much.
I'll have you know, I know how to speak perfectly fine.
Maybe he means your hat, Jacob.
Well, I'm an engineer, so I'm literally blue collar.
Hold on, engineers are white collar.
Hey, I'm a hillbilly that grew up speaking tongues in Missouri, so I'm about as low class as you get.
Snake handling? Any snake handling or no?
I knew people, but it didn't happen in my church.
Thank God.
Gandalf, I think, is American. Oh, he was the one who told me about the Jefferson Bible, and I think that's very significant. And I think I should mention that really the founding fathers were heretical Christians, and this is something so interesting about American history.
A lot of them were Unitarians,
which is heresy.
It's a bunch of Freemasons, basically. But we would, I mean, look, from the Eastern Church perspective, they were breaking off from a heretical group to begin with. So it's just like a lineage of various heresies that shatters once and then shatters again and then keeps shattering.
I posted a picture in the tech department of Jacob Server, of an engineer, how it was imagined as I started my career. And is somebody in a white lab coat. Nobody, no, not nobody. A chemist going into the laboratory will still wear a white coat nowadays. But no programmer will wear anything but a t-shirt. And in Israel, it will be t-shirt and shorts and sandals. We disrespect ourselves, and it will manifest in our salaries.
So you reminded me of a story when I was a few years ago. I was helping I had just gotten a new phone, and I was helping my parents replace their old desktop. And when we replaced the old desktop, I said to my father, my phone has more computing power than your old desktop. And my dad told me that when he was an engineering student in Haifa, he used to be, what he had to do was write all of his programs in with using punch cards, and he would have an appointment for a set time to take the punch cards to the computer lab, where a woman wearing a white lab coat would take the cards, feed them into the machine, and then he would get a printout. And if there were any mistakes in his code, basically he would just nothing would print out, right? And he said that entire building had less processing power than your phone.
I worked with cards.
Yeah.
As a young boy, somehow I had access to those rooms, and I would sort of sneak between the legs of the grown-ups and type my cards and put them in the computer and wait a couple of days and get a result.
My dad was in Technion from 1966 till 1974-ish.
Well, I was in Tel Aviv, but could be that around 74 I had already to do with computers. Could be, I don't remember which year it was.
No, my dad had to have gone back to Iran by 72, actually. Yeah.
I remember an occasion, I don't know what age I was, but my mother had to drive me to some suburb of Tel Aviv when there was the computer. And of course, the way to compute, well, it was past the printed card, and you already had teletypewriters. So I was supposed to type my program with some kind of typewriter, and I was about or starting to type my my program. Well, there was this room where there were maybe 10 or 20 of us children, each on his own teletypewriter, And suddenly there was a murmur or a rumor in the room, run $XO. Everybody was sort of repeating, run $XO. So I typed RUN space $XO,
Mhm.
and then the computer printed the layout of the tic-tac-toe game. And the computer offered to play tic-tac-toe with me.
Mm.
And I did not expect that of a computer. So I played a little bit of tic-tac-toe.
Who
And
won?
then there was another rumor in the room spreading, run $gunner. So I typed run space $gunner, and it was a simple shooting game on a teletypewriter. And that was the last time I seriously regarded computers. It was all fun and games since then.
I remember not too long ago, I was over at my parents' house. Actually, I was here. This was my parents' house at the time, but I needed to use their internet, and they didn't have Wi-Fi at the time. So I had taken the cable out of their computer, and I was using it with my laptop. And my mom said, "Can I use the computer?" And I said, "Well, you can use the computer, but it doesn't have internet." And my mom said something that floored my dad and me, kind of. What can you do with a computer that doesn't have internet? She had never considered what you could possibly use a computer for if it doesn't have internet. Speaking of my mother, that's her. You guys have a good discussion.
Classic. All right. So I wanted to talk about those brain-computer interfaces. I think that's really what's on everybody's mind.
Hence Black
Everybody
Mirror.
wants to know. Yeah. Everybody wants to know about it.
Yeah, I just got done watching that, and you know, I'm fairly deep in the AI space. I'm having to build applications with these language models now. I mean, it'll continue to be a mimicry, you know, and then but the convergence, you know, to whatever degree that you could map the human mind and then like mimic that pattern and then like have a brain take that on in some way. It's like, okay, at what, if you can't tell the difference, you know, is it real or something, right? Maybe Elon's Neuralink stuff, you know, starts to bring up real questions. And I mean, the first episode of Black Mirror brings up the real crazy ethical questions, you know, like, okay, well, you take this on and some service provider is giving it and it's dependent on some, you know, cell tower or satellite signal or whatever, like, and you have a mimicked consciousness of your wife, but that's the only way that you could possibly have her and maybe have kids and all this other. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of territory to cover before we get to that place, but a lot less than I think that we thought we'd see in our lifetime.
Under Torah law, would this be allowed? Would somebody be allowed to put that brain implant in?
Well, what do you mean by Torah law?
I mean, you know, like Torah Balpeh.
Would someone be able to what?
Put a brain computer interface into their head.
Sure, why not?
Because that's what I mean. Like, does it affect your consciousness in a sense that, like, can it override? Would it ever be able to do that? And if it could, would that mean that you shouldn't take the interface in the event that it could override your natural will?
I mean, I am sure the Haredim would require that, like, any sort of interface be at least as well filtered as a kosher phone. I don't know if you've seen the kosher phones, but kosher phones are very, very locked down. So, but that's the issue more than anything else.
So
You heard it here
so
first. Get a kosher brain interface.
well, so one of the things that came up between Morgan and I is like a pacemaker, right? The relation between this and a pacemaker, right? So here's this fundamentally mechanical thing that is replacing a deeply human part of you and allowing you to survive, right? And so it's a little strange, to me, that's a net good and defensible. Obviously, it touches consciousness less, but it's part. I think something like that ends up part of the conversation.
So when Grok 3 came out, I decided to test it out, and the way I decided to test it out was I asked it about the controversy between Rav Moshe and the Satmar Rav about surrogacy. Now, Rav Moshe, I know who I was referring to, but as you can imagine, there were many, many rabbis named Moshe, right? So I didn't give the last name. And then I asked about the Satmar Rav. Now, there is the Satmar Rav that everybody knows you're talking about. But since the Satmar Rav died, there was another Satmar Rav. And since he died, there's been a division between the two sons of him regarding who's the Satmar Rav. So I figured I was adequately testing Grok's ability to figure out context, etc., etc., etc. And I had actually misremembered the the famous controversy between them, because the famous controversy was actually more about the fact that at the time IVF was done using sperm from not the husband. Now, what had happened at the time was there was a big controversy because Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who was and continues to be a very beloved figure, widely respected, was of the opinion that since there's no actual adultery, it's permissible to have IVF even using semen from a donor. And the Satmar Rav, very much his type of thinking was, you're getting involved with a marriage and the most intimate parts of a marriage, which should never be done. And so he absolutely forbade it. Now, interestingly enough, when I asked Father Eric about the Catholic position, because they're very anti-IVF, I was trying to understand it. His main thing was that, like the Satmar Rav, he was like, this is a marriage, this is a mystery, you shouldn't get involved in it. Now, when I asked Grok, I was very surprised how well it analyzed the entire situation, including talking about the broader philosophical debate between the Satmar Rav and Rav Moshe. It talked about all of that. I actually put the response into my Discord server for anybody who's interested. But it also mentioned that now it's been a good, I believe the Satmar Rav died in the 80s, early 80s, maybe late 70s. That by now, Rav Moshe's opinion has completely won out. Rav Moshe Feinstein's opinion is the opinion that is generally accepted among Orthodox Jews.
Well, so should a child come into existence that doesn't recognize attributes of their father and their mother within them, right? There will be an identity crisis of some kind at some level. Could be small, right? But it'll exist, right? So there's a problem. The carrying the weight as either the husband or the wife that this child either wasn't yours, right, or was introduced through means that weren't the most natural, right? Those are two different things, and they'll affect you in two different ways. If it's like not your sperm or something, right, or not your egg, then that will weigh on you in some way over life, right? So then all of these things miss the highest mark, but at different levels, right? So like let's say IVF, if I understand all that entails, which I think I do, impregnating my wife using IVF, way less issues. It's still us. It's still our marriage. It still comes from our DNA. But enter some other dude's sperm, now there's a bigger problem. It's further down the hierarchy. You missed the mark further. Have her have sex with your brother in order to get pregnant, even further down, right? Have an affair with some rando, maybe that she falls in love with, even further down. So it's like, how far do you want to miss the mark?
Yeah. I mean, so I was looking up the Archbishop of Canterbury, and apparently he had a DNA test which showed that despite having thought he was his father's child, it turned out he wasn't his father's child. DNA has revealed a lot of things that were hidden.
I went through that about 16 months ago. Yeah.
Yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Did a 23andMe thing for fun, and found out some things.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, and I get once that was understood on such a visceral level, like, and I knew who the other family was,
Mm-hmm.
right? I could see my entire life and all of these different touch points through an entirely different lens of the little bits of chaos and mark missing that happened as a result of it, all the consequences.
Wow.
Right. And how that can get carried on generationally. Right.
Okay, so this was previous generations. It wasn't your father. Okay.
No, it was mine. It was my father.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your grandfather or your father?
I'll just be more explicit. I found out the man who raised me is not my
Your
dad.
father.
Is not my biological father. Yeah.
Did he know that?
I'll never talk to the people that raised me about this. I'll never talk to them about it.
Okay.
And that's just I'm really game to have arguments and to like talk things out, let the truth air out. But at this point, I think it's a grace.
Yeah. If they don't find out, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, if it does get brought to light, it should have been on them to bring it to light. One or the other. I don't know what the situation was. I don't know the circumstances, but as a result, like I grew up an only child. I'm not. I have 4 half siblings, and I know 2 of them from my younger years, like kind of well.
Yeah. So when I did my DNA testing, my dad said, it's all bullshit. And I was like, Dad, I never, like, my name never went on anything I sent in, right? Mm-hmm. The results they sent me back included my relationship with one of my cousins on my dad's side, right? I'm like, like, Dad. Like,
Right. Right.
This isn't just BS.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see my mom's side, right? It's just like obvious, like here's these touch points, but on the other side, there was one that was marked like, oh, here's a half sister. I was like, ha ha, must be like a cousin with a bunch of shared DNA. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
It actually knows that that's a half sister.
Yeah.
And then I only saw her maiden name or her married name, and once I found out her maiden name, she was the youngest child of a family that I grew up around when I was a child. And I was like, oh, them. Wow.
Yeah. Well, okay. In 10 minutes, Mark is going to start his little thing. So we only have 5 minutes left or so. Any final words as we go into Shabbat Pesach? The funny thing is, we're 1 week off because if Easter were to fall, we're 1 week off. Yeah. It's still Passover though. And somebody had said there were hopes that the Pope was going to put the Catholic Church onto the modified Julian calendar. That would have been nice, but
yeah, it's possible. Who knows where that's going? But I hope somewhere good. Who knows?
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know what Francis's health is like.
Doesn't seem to be good.
Yeah. Okay, final words. Yoav, final words.
Thank you for hosting this conversation. It was a nice way to pass the time. It's now almost 2:00 a.m. Time for me to go to bed.
You know, tomorrow, towards Shkia, towards the end of Pesach, because you're in Eretz Israel, the Chabad near you is going to have Seudat HaMashiach. And everybody is invited, including you, Yoav. So if you're doing nothing around 5:00 tomorrow night, you might want to just drop by the local Chabad house. It's an interesting experience.
Thank you.
Tell him. Tell whoever the rabbi is I invited you. He'll understand.
Yeah, 5:00 Saturday. I'm at my mother's.
You could take your mother.
No, that is sacred. That is uncancelable.
I see. Okay.
Every Saturday.
Claire, did you have any final words?
Thank you for allowing me on to discuss Easter matters about the Trinity and the nature of the Christian deity. I'm glad you got most of my jokes. I'm not sure if the others did, but I also hope that they did. So happy Passover.
Thank you. Andre.
Thank you for having me on. Shabbat Shalom, Salam al Masih, and happy Pascha to everyone. Hopefully it comes sooner rather than later. All right.
Michael, final words.
Thank you as always. Had fun jumping on and playing. Claire, if Claire's still listening, I found that Claire engaged in good faith questions largely, and like, at least from my perspective, and the kinds of questions and the kind of dialogue that was brought up are things that I absolutely would have said a few years ago, but they also are within a certain kind of lens that strikes me as shallow, a shallow representation of the traditions that are being talked about. And there are depths upon depths to these things. And I encourage Claire and anyone else to be curious enough to wonder.
Well, it seems that even after 4 whole hours, we have not actually resolved all of the disagreements between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, or even the Democrats and the Republicans. I did do the stream as kind of evidence that I think the Democrats are making huge mistakes, tactical mistakes, coming up. And I like to see whether I am being blinded or not. And if them holding the line with this guy Abrego Garcia, with Harvard, and with autism isn't a huge mistake on their parts, then I am not seeing things clearly. Similarly, if Dave Smith hasn't ruined his career, which I think he kind of has, with what's been going on since his appearance with Joe Rogan. Again, my model and my distributed cognition is not adequately diverse and showing me the world as it is. And I think a major part of the story of Passover and the importance of Judaism is that willingness to go out into the desert based on your faith. I mean, tonight is Tikkun Leil Pesach. It is a night that the Jews, there's a mystical tradition to stay up all night because this is the night that the sea parted. And in commemoration of that, at least Chabad houses will be staying up all night, or later than usual. And that splitting of the sea is about being able to see things that you were not otherwise able to see. So, good things, happy things, and revelation, and the coming of that day when the knowledge of God covers the earth as the waters cover the seas. I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry, Reverend. Thank you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian. And I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes that devil's advocate thing too far.
There's a proverb that says something like, "Don't answer a fool according to his folly."
But there's a proverb that says, "Answer a fool according to his folly."
There is. Exactly right. And I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank you, Reverend.
Good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah. The